Barkley, the single setback. Hurts to Barkley, off left tackle. He's across the 45-50, 45-40. He's going to go! Saquon Barkley finally explodes! 65 yards!
Hello!
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Merrill Reese on the call. And finally, Saquon Barkley takes one to the house as the Eagles beat the Giants in convincing fashion. What's up, everybody? The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We are hanging out with you on this Monday afternoon, and it's a feel-good Monday as the Eagles win in convincing fashion over the Giants. And listen, the Barkley run was really the tone setter for the day that started the whole thing off. But the rest of the game, they kind of did what you were hoping to see, right? They dominated the Giants in many facets. Now, I know Giant fans will talk about the tush-push play and some of the other stuff, but realistically, the Eagles dominated the game against the Giants, beat them up pretty good, and did what you wanted to and expected them to do. Basically disposed of a lesser opponent. And you would watch that game, and you would ask yourself the question, what happened 2 weeks ago when they played on a Thursday night? Well, in that game, no Landon Dickerson. In that game, there was no Jalen Carter. And those two guys are pretty key for this team to win, and you saw that throughout the game. I mean, there was the touchdown run early in the game. You had a big hole that was aided by a block by Landon Dickerson. You had Jalen Carter he had a sack in the game. He was all over the place. He had a good game. They confused Jackson Dart. He, was not as big of a factor in this game. He had a couple nice plays. The Scadaboo injury was gruesome and unfortunate. That was really, at that moment, now you were at the game yesterday, Peachy. I was wondering how that all kind of got received, because it sounded like the crowd was kind of giving him a little clap, and they were being very cordial to the fact that this guy got hurt. But it felt like, at that moment, the Giants, the energy just got sucked out of that team.
Absolutely. And as soon as that play happened, you saw one of the Eagles players just immediately go down on his knees.
I think it was Ringo.
Ringo, number 7, yeah. Go down on his knees, and that told you all you needed to know about how gruesome that injury was.
I was watching on TV, and it just looked like a simple whatever. And then you saw him kind of put his hands on his head, because I don't think – this is the crazy part about it. I don't think he knew what happened until he saw it. Like, the shock must have been so great that I don't think he knew the severity of what happened until he looked down and saw it, because it was like, the play happened, and
then they cut to break, I'm assuming.
No, like, he was on the ground, and then all of a sudden it was like he looked down and saw that his ankle was kind of in the wrong direction, and he put his hands on his helmet like, oh, my God, I can't believe what I just saw on my own foot is not facing there. Like, I don't know. I think the shock of the injury was so substantial that he almost did not realize what happened until he actually saw the injury. But you can make an argument that after that play right there, that the air got – you were there. So, I mean, did it feel that way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll tell you a quick story. As soon as that happened, guy in front of me busts out his phone immediately, gets on Twitter, gets the video up, and he just starts showing people all in our section that gruesome injury.
It was pretty bad. They did not show it again on television. They didn't show the replay. It was – I got to tell you, it's right up there with one of the most gruesome injuries I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that one, like Alex Smith, obviously the Theismann one that's very famous that we've, seen over the years.
Dak had a pretty bad one, right?
That one there was really bad. And, I hate to harp on it, but I do feel like that kind of took a little bit of the life and the energy out of the Giants there. But the Eagles just dominated the game. There's so much to dive into on this particular game because no A.J. Brown yesterday. And now A.J. Brown's another part of this story that we'll get into throughout the show today, because obviously Brown doesn't play, and yet the offense did not struggle. This was probably the best and most complete. Would everybody agree that this was the best, the most complete, and maybe the most – is creative the right word, or just they kept the Giants guessing a lot? And I thought that the play calling had a rhythm. I think the play calling had a purpose. The running game worked, and it just shows you when you can run the ball, and they ran the ball yesterday, and when they can do that, it sets up everything. I mean, you saw Devontae Smith running wide open in many capacities. He didn't have A.J. Brown on the other side, and yet he's still wide open. So the passing game got involved. I thought they had really creative play calling on the one touchdown to Dallas Goedert. He had 2 touchdowns yesterday, but the one touchdown he had was a really clever, unique play call on the tight end there. They had multiple runs. Some of them came from Tank Bigsby yesterday, where he got some room to roam. And that running game, and as we're watching it here at the Fanatics Sportsbook, we talked a lot about where's the screen game. They even got the screen game going a little bit for Saquon Barkley, who had a receiving touchdown in the game yesterday. He had a couple of plays in the pass game. You don't see that all that often with Saquon Barkley, but he was involved in the pass game yesterday. So really, it was a good game plan. Barkley yesterday, by the way, had 4 catches, which you don't see a whole heck of a lot. It was just really 38-20. It was really just a convincing win going into the bye, and now they're 6-2 at the bye week, and it's like, hey, this team is, exactly – I don't know if it's exactly what we thought or exactly where we thought they would be, but do you enter this week? And we got the poll question at 973 ESPN. So everybody go on there and vote. Text 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The Eagles are 6-2 at the bye. How far can this team go? Is it a Super Bowl team? Is it an NFC championship game team? Is it an NFC divisional round team? Or is it a wild card team, kind of a one-and-done type of feel?
I'm going to say, it's tough for me because I want to still see this team do a little bit more, get healthier. That's number one, first and foremost, get some other guys back. Maybe Howie makes a move at the deadline coming up next Tuesday. But I would say Super Bowl team, after yesterday's performance,
Super Bowl team. All right, Josh, what do you got?
I think they're Super Bowl caliber, but mostly because of, you guys talk about a lot of things from the game yesterday, but Mike, how many times you mentioned in recent weeks with the offensive line? I think the offensive line had the best game of the season yesterday. There was really only 4 plays yesterday where I was like, all right, that wasn't good. Overall, they ran 57 offensive plays. I can't remember a game this year where there was only 4 plays where the O-line didn't play well. It felt like every game this year there was like 10 to 15 plays or 20 that didn't play well.
They ran the ball 33 times for 276 yards. That's 8.4 yards a carry. And that's taken out all right, let's take out Jalen Hurts. He had 4 for 22. Shipley had 3 for 2, and McKee had a couple of kneel downs. So that's what was that? What did I say? 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was 10 carries. So they had 23 carries for 24 yards that you can take off the board out of that. So between Barkley and Bigsby yesterday, I mean, they had 254 yards between those two guys.
And it was a lot of next level runs where they wouldn't get bottled up with 2 yards after the line of scrimmage.
But again,
they got to the next level.
Bigsby was taking the pile with him at times.
Yeah.
That guy was running fiercely.
But again, it goes back to the offensive line. It's the fact that the offensive line finally showed up for some of these plays.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, your boy Brett Toth, who you ripped a new one all the last couple of weeks, I thought he played pretty well in the game.
Out there.
I wouldn't say Jason Kelce, but he played the best game of his life yesterday.
Yes.
He played pretty well, and he played well. I thought Dickerson really exploded and blasted open. I mean, he had some monster holes on the Dickerson side.
Mailata also redeemed himself from the last Giants game when he was getting taken to the woodshed in the last game. This game, he played much better.
Well, the whole Eagles offensive line against the Giants the first time, they got their ass kicked. This week, it was the other way around. The Eagles offensive up front absolutely dominated the Giants up front. And, take a look at now Jalen Hurts did get sacked in the game 4 times, and he was 15 of 20. He only threw the ball 20 times, but 4 touchdowns, no interceptions.
And
Jalen Hurts right now.
His rating was 141.5.
Right now, Jalen Hurts has 20 touchdowns and I believe 1 interception.
That is correct.
5 rushing touchdowns, 15 passing touchdowns.
Dare I say that's like MVP talk? I mean, worthy, right?
I mean, we could throw out the conversation, and I want to look at all the different apps and see where he is. I don't think he's in the top 5 in any of the betting apps right now, but we could look at that.
I mean,
15 of 20, 179 yards. I thought, my game balls on Friday show, my game balls were to Goddard, and I don't know that you want to give him the game ball, but he had 3 catches for 28 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Happy tight ends day.
You can give him the game ball of the half of the season so far. He's really had a great year.
He's one of the league leaders in touchdown catches this year, Goddard.
Well, and like I said, I don't know that he would get the quote-unquote game ball. I mean, Barkley gets the big run, and then, between Barkley and Bigsby, those two guys had a great day. Devontae Smith had a big day. Dotson makes a great catch on that ball. I mean, that is just a great high point going up over the defender to make that play. So on Friday when I did game balls, I gave one to Goddard. I mean, you could pick a guy on offense and really say, hey, but on defense, I gave the game ball. I gave it to, I believe, was Jalen Carter was the guy, and I don't know that he gets the game ball, but he had a hit, he had a sack, he had 2 tackles, and it just seemed that because of Carter's presence, that if you want to give game ball to somebody else, like Jalix Hunt was all over the place. I thought Hunt played maybe his best game of the season, definitively his best game of the season.
He was like a Tasmanian devil out there.
But how much of that now was because of the presence of Jalen Carter that now finally you're starting to see Carter's there. We have to double and account for him. And now you've got him, Hunt, getting a lot more one-on-one opportunities. I thought he played really well. The other guy that I thought played well was Nakobe Dean. Was all over the place. And by the way, I got 3 key bye-week questions that I'm going to be taking a look at throughout here. One of them is the dynamics of Dean and Campbell, and what are they going to do there? Because
he didn't play at all yesterday.
He played like 20 snaps, Campbell, yesterday. This guy was way too good and way too productive to not use, and I don't know how Fangio is going to get creative enough to find ways to get both these guys some playing time here, because Jahad Campbell deserves to be out there, and I feel like this defense would really lose the impact that he brings to this team, the energy that he brought to this team early in the season, and I just don't see where, like, if they're using him. Now, he was, to be fair, who got the sack, and it was, it was Uche. Uche got the fumble and the sack, but what you didn't realize was it was Jahad Campbell that had Dart by the legs.
Right, and he barely escaped, and then Uche came in
and then Uche just crushed him. I mean, but Campbell was there. He's the one that, like, got the legs. Dart was trying to get out of that tackle, and then he got hammered, and that was a play that could have been a fumble. I guess they didn't call it a fumble. There was the officiating, not only in that game yesterday, all weekend long.
The officiating was all poor in every game. Like, there was at least one call in every game that I saw yesterday where it was like, come on, man. Like, how can you be that bad?
It was the story of the weekend pretty much, because the games were terrible. They were all blowouts except for like 1 or 2. The officiating was so bad in every single game. There was a call or something. But the Eagles had a lot of them yesterday. Listen, I watching the pass interference on the touchdown that the Giants scored, literally as soon as it happened, I said, that's a pass interference pushed off of them. Now, watching the video, maybe it wasn't as apparent as when I saw it the first time, but I was like, how? And then the flag graphic came up late on the screen. So I was like, okay, that was obvious pass interference.
There was a lot of erroneous calls. They blow the whistle while the field goal gets kicked by Elliott.
That was clear.
That was clear as day. They blew the whistle. I don't know who blew it, but a whistle blew.
The fumble on the tush push was a big play in the game.
Huge play.
It was a big play in the game, and they messed that up. I mean, they did mess that up. That's a fumble.
That's a fumble.
But I don't know.
Or he was stopped short of the line.
Well, that's the thing, and this is where this play is very difficult, because they're still, like, the momentum is still pushing forward. So when do they say, that's it? Like, we're not giving you any more forward progress
because
here.
The other point is it's not going into the end zone where it's clear.
Well,
where
McAfee today was talking about that. He said they officiated that play as if it was on the goal line.
Yeah,
and
they should not do that. Yep.
Because you could stretch the ball out, and wherever that ball, like if it would hit the line, that's a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Not a fumble, but there is no line, so the ball now becomes fair game. They messed that up. There's no question about that. The Giants had every right to be angry with that situation, so that's number one. I just look at, we're talking about game balls. I thought Jalen Carter, but the dynamic between Dean and Campbell is definitely going to be something to watch. And I don't know how Vic Fangio gets creative enough, right? Does anybody have a thought on that? Because I think that down the stretch here, after the bye week, now Fangio's got to go into the lab, and he's got to figure out what to do with these two guys. Do you guys agree or disagree with that?
I think you can you separate the guys? Dean against the run, he's a little bit more physical, and then Campbell against the pass. Because Campbell is not really effective as an edge rusher when he's lined up there.
Actually, I have a counter question for you, Mike, about that, because you said it twice, and I'm not trying to, be overly contrarian, but like you said that you don't know if Vic Fangio can be creative enough. Why did you say it that way?
I'm wondering, can he come up with like a creative way to maximize both of those guys and get them both on the field enough times to have an impact?
But it sounded like you were saying you don't believe Fangio can.
Oh, I'm just, throwing it out hypothetically. Like, can he? Sure, but I'm asking in a way of how. How does he do this? Because obviously, now Dean, I think, had 30-plus snaps on Sunday.
I'll pull up.
And I think Campbell only had 21.
How much did Dean play 2 weeks ago? Or 3 weeks ago.
Well, his numbers have been going up and up and up. Now, I think yesterday Dean played more than Campbell did significantly.
Right, and Dart was not as effective as a scrambler as he was a couple weeks ago. So I think Dean had a lot to do with that. Yeah, I mean, one of the guys I highlighted today was Dean. I thought Dean was all 17. I felt like was all over the place on Sunday. I don't see 30 nearly as much, and he's not on the field as much right now. Now 58. I thought 58. I feel like a coach here. I'm just calling out the numbers that I saw. I thought 58 was all over the place on Sunday. I thought Hunt was all over. The other guy I thought was Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean, I think, was all over the place.
So Nakobe Dean played 33 snaps.
Mm-hmm. And
yesterday.
Campbell 21, right?
And Campbell played 21. So a 12 snap difference.
He has to improve his physicality and his stuff against the run.
That, to me, these are my 3 bye week,
Dean's
on defense.
a free agent, let's not forget. So are we talking about developing a player here? Are we talking about Dean stunting Campbell's growth? We're talking about all those things.
Well, they drafted him in the first round, and he started the season and made an impact at the start. It wasn't like he was out there and he stunk.
Right.
He was playing pretty well. So these are kind of my bye-week questions. One, the Campbell-Dean snaps are going to be interesting. How can Fangio get creative with the situation? So I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying how.
Gotcha.
How can he do it? Because here's why. After the bye week, you would assume Nolan Smith comes back. You're going to get Brandon Graham out there now. Those are 2 guys, Brandon Graham and Nolan Smith, that are going to get snaps. How many of those snaps cut into the 21 that Campbell had last week?
Well, for example, I know it's not apples-to-apples comparison, but Josh Uche also played 31 snaps. So
Uche played more snaps than Campbell, so they already think that Uche is more beneficial in the pass rush than Campbell is.
Correct. So does that give you an idea of where Nolan Smith and Brandon Graham slide in to the conversation?
And by the way, Ojulari was not active because he was hurt in the game, and he's been inactive for some games, but he actually has helped out when he has played. So you've now got that need snaps coming back here after the bye week, you hope. Nolan Smith, Brandon Graham, Josh Uche, possibly Azeez Ojulari, Jahad Campbell. That's 5 guys that need to get they don't have to, but he's got to try to find a way. This is going to be like Nick Nurse trying to find out how to infiltrate Jared McCain into, the Sixers offense, which is we'll get into a little bit later. But that being said, I think that Campbell deep, and we might be like picking at stuff because the defense played really well yesterday. So it's like, what's the difference? But you got Jahad Campbell, a first-round pick who's been an impactful player, and you're looking to maximize the defense. Don't you guys feel like he helps the defense by being out there in some capacity?
Tremendously.
Well, are you trying to transition him, though, to an edge rusher? And that might require some patience.
I don't know if they're trying to transition him. I think that at this point they're just saying we're going to put the best players in the best spots to win games. I think that's what the strategy is at this point.
609.
I mean, Dean brings the boom to me.
I thought he played great
yesterday.
That guy,
he brings the boom when you need it.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. So these are some of my bye week questions, and we're going to get to the text board in just a second. The Campbell Dean snaps, CB2 definitely still need to be talked about.
And Adoree should get healthy. Hopefully he'll get rid of that concussion in 2 weeks.
You would think by 2 weeks he should be okay. And then edge rotations. How is he going to manage all these edge rushers and get them into the mix here? Those are some of my bye week defensive things. Offensively, we'll get into that as well.
I was going to say, how come no AJ on that
Well,
list?
the offense yesterday I thought had its best day, and he wasn't out there, and there's a lot of stuff surrounding AJ. Did he scrub his Instagram and social medias of all mentions of anything that he praised Jalen Hurts for in the past?
The Jeffrey Lurie stuff over the weekend, his quotes came out saying, we're always going to do what's best for the team first.
Yep.
Is that a little subtle shot at A.J. Brown and his cryptic tweets?
Or are we all just grasping for straws, trying to find something to point at A.J.
so.
Brown?
I don't think so at all.
Why not?
Because it was obvious to me yesterday that the team played a little bit freer.
But
He was on the sideline.
But they're not worried about getting him involved. Jalen looked a lot
But
freer
you
on the
also
sideline.
played a Giants team that was down two of their defensive starters in the secondary.
Yeah, their secondary.
Well, of course. But
I mean, you had a guy from the practice squad get mossed by Jahan Dotson yesterday.
But this has been a story for the last several weeks.
Well, I mean, the week before, A.J. Brown had a pretty big role in the game.
Huge role.
That didn't help his Instagram or his tweets.
Yeah, I don't want to read into his Instagram. I could care less about his Instagram. But I know that
Now,
it's something
again, the reporting, though, is coming out. Eagles, they don't want to trade him, but a blockbuster trade, they'd pick up the phone.
But that's what the Eagles have always been. Like
Now,
every team, it's like, hey, I don't want to trade this guy, but listen, if you're going to tell me I'm going to
First-round
get
pick?
7 first-round picks
Well,
plus
not
your best player,
but
yes, I'm going to listen to that.
A first-round pick, would you trade A.J. Brown?
Probably not. Probably
Even
not.
though they put up 38 without him?
I think it's, and we can get into this more a little bit later, but I think it's more likely that they say, look, we need other needs right now. We got to go out and maybe get, another cornerback. We maybe need to go out and get some depth on the defensive line.
Okay, what if AJ doesn't want to be here? Basically, flat out.
He comes out and says, I want to be traded.
That's
At
different.
that point, I think you then have to explore it. You don't want a guy unhappy who openly comes out now and says, I want to be moved. He has not said that.
No, but what does his Twitter say? What does his social media say to you? He's not happy?
No, it says to me that he doesn't know what he wants in life, and he's an individual who needs to go see therapists because he doesn't know.
Well,
he's going on social media and venting his emotions.
Okay, but 2 weeks from now against Green Bay, if he's not getting the ball and they have a good game, then what?
Well, he'll be back. In fact, I think there is a report that he does plan to play after the bye.
Right, but what if he doesn't get the ball again?
Well, listen, that's an every week situation. There's no question about that. That if he doesn't get the ball, then it's, oh, well, you didn't use me, but you want to use me, all that stuff.
Yep.
I don't know that the Eagles want to deal with this much longer, but I think for this particular season, they know that to maximize this core group of guys, he's got to be here.
I think so, too. I think he just has to be here.
609-403-0973. Got a quick text I want to read. Mike, I broke my tibia and fibia July 2021, and yes, you don't feel pain because of the shock. I didn't even know I broke something until I tried to move my leg. Yeah, that's what I thought happened yesterday with Scadaboo. I think he literally did not know the gruesomeness of that injury.
His teammates
until he looked down and saw what he saw. All right, McGarry on the way. Grayson's grades, your text messages, poll question is up. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook. It's the Equinox today.
Is it?
Yep. Only time this whole year that all 4 major league sports will play on the same day.
The Sports Equinox.
World Series tonight. That game will be over on Rock 104.1 after the Sixers. NBA tonight, hockey tonight, and the NFL tonight. Got a Sports Equinox tonight. We'll be talking about them all. Flyers with a fun game on Saturday. Sixers with a fun game on Saturday night. You were at the game?
Me and Nuggets are at the game, nosebleeds. Cheap seats, Pete, he's calling me now.
I like it. More Sports Smash coming up.
In the gun, Hurts back. He slings it over, and walking in is Saquon Barkley for the touchdown.
It's very similar to the play the Giants scored on. Saquon Barkley just flares out of the backfield out into the flat, and no linebacker covered him. Wide open, an easy throw and catch for a touchdown.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Mel Reese, Mike Quick on the call. Saquon Barkley, 65-yard touchdown run, and that one he slides out of the backfield for a touchdown. The Eagles offense, 38 points. No A.J. Brown in the game, and they dominate the Giants yesterday, 38-20. Got that. Obviously, there's so much going on. Got World Series Game 3 tonight. You got the Sixers Game 3 tonight. They are 2-0 after a win. No Joel Embiid tonight. He is actually going to sit the first game of the back-to-backs out. He'll play tomorrow night against the Wizards. We got all that. Flyers won on in a shootout game on Saturday. It was a fun weekend, and we're taking a look back at it now with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And will the real Eagles offense please stand up? And they did it, Mike, without A.J. Brown. What's the takeaway there?
Yeah, but they did it with Saquon Barkley, right? And we talked last week about how this offense, how to get Saquon Barkley going, how to get him involved, and they certainly did that on Sunday. We had one of his patented long touchdown runs. You just played the catch there out of the backfield. So, yeah, no A.J. Brown. Who knows what's going on with him? You know, the A.J. Brown, Bryce Harper mysteries are certainly perplexing to me, but the Eagles looked good yesterday. They got Saquon Barkley going, and they come off a big win going into a bye week. So overall, very positive performance for the Eagles yesterday.
So the first time they played, it was a physical domination by the Giants. Was it the flip side, 2 weeks later? Was that the difference in the game?
Yeah, definitely. The offensive line for the Eagles played much better. I thought defensively, the guys that were maybe missing against the Giants the first time came back and created some havoc. I think the Giants still got to Hurts, still put some pressure on Hurts, but the Eagles were able to handle it, make plays, get the ball downfield. A.J. Brown didn't play, but Dotson comes up with a big catch in a big game. And Devontae Smith quietly the last couple of weeks, or maybe not so quietly, has, begun to put big numbers up. So the takeaway from yesterday's game, to me, from an Eagles perspective, is that the Eagles are headed in the right direction. For me, for the Giants, it just seems the Giants can't get out of their own way, right? They lose the crusher in Denver. They lose the crusher in Dallas. Then yesterday they come to Philadelphia. They're playing well early, and Scatterboo gets that horrible injury, and now he's gone for the season. Neighbors is out for the season. I don't know what the Giants did, but it just seems like they can't get out from underneath that rainy cloud. Yeah,
I don't know about you, but that moment when the Scatterboo injury occurred, that kind of just took the life out of the Giants. I mean, the place just kind of, the air just, everything just went away from them. And there was the tush-push situation, that play. There was a lot of poor officiating, but the injury and the tush-push were two big moments in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. The score is what? I think it's 38-20. Eagles win comfortably. I actually didn't think it was a 3-touchdown game. Like you said, there were a couple plays there, the tush-push fumble. And you're right, the life of the team did seem to go out for a little bit with the Scatterboo injury. He's been such a big part of the team's success, not only with his ability to run, but just kind of the swagger that he brings to the lineup. So, yeah, it was a play here, play there. But, that's the NFL. I mean, every NFL game that was played yesterday, no matter what the final score was, you can probably point to 3 or 4 plays in every game and say, well, if these 3 or 4 plays went the opposite way, the other team would have won. That's life in the NFL.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. What do you make of the Eagles offense operating without A.J. Brown? And then, of course, everything that surrounds Brown, all of these, they don't want to trade him, but if there were, what do you make of this whole situation as they enter a bye week now?
Yeah, I'm absolutely just perplexed by it, Mike. I'm perplexed by the A.J. Brown situation. I'm perplexed by the Bryce Harper situation. I mean, I don't know why. A.J. Brown, to me, is one of the most physical best receivers in the NFL. Why you would want to look into trading this guy, or why you would think this, why you wouldn't want this guy on the team, it's just beyond me. So I don't know what he's doing, posting stuff, deposting stuff. who knows? But to me, I mean, you got A.J. Brown on your team. He's a big part of your success. I mean, you got to figure out a way to sort of, keep him happy and make it work. And for the life of me, I just can't figure out why the two parties seem to be at odds this season for whatever the reason is.
I mean, are they at odds, or is this just a media creation? I mean, what do we make of how this thing has come out?
It's like the same thing with Bryce Harper. Like Bryce Harper's complaining to Matt Gill with The Athletic about trade talks. Well, nobody from the Phillies and nobody in position of power from the Phillies has come out and say, we're going to trade Bryce Harper. Nobody who has an ounce of common sense would say, we're going to trade Bryce Harper. It's the same thing with A.J. Brown. I mean, he's a great wide receiver. He's a big part of the offense. I get that wide receivers are divas, and if they don't get the ball, they're going to bark a little bit. They're going to be unhappy. They're going to, in this day and age, go to social media and post something. I just don't know why it escalates so quickly. It's like, people are rushing to throw gasoline on the fire in both the Bryce Harper and the A.J. Brown case. And I just can't figure it out, basically. Like you said, are they at odds with each other? Is it a media creation? Are they just having fun with us? Who knows?
Yeah, the Harper stuff is interesting, too, because, you messaged on Twitter this weekend. I posted, I don't know how the A.J. thing has gotten to this level, that to the point where there's reporting from all over the place. The fact that it's gotten to this is insane, that you have to report that the Eagles are not expected to trade A.J. Brown, and to which you subtweeted and said only to be topped by the Bryce Harper debacle. So people who haven't followed that because of the football, apparently Harper not happy with the comments that came from Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, I can sort of understand Bryce Harper maybe being upset. I think Dave Dombrowski, I was at the press conference.
Now, you were at the press conference, Mike, but he also went on to Foul Territory,
right.
That show. Did he clear up anything in that podcast?
Yeah, I thought he tried to clarify his remarks and maybe clarified them awkwardly. I think at the original press conference, Mike, he was trying to say what we all understand is that Bryce Harper did not have a Bryce Harper type of year this season. Whether it was missing a month with the wrist injury, who knows? But he didn't have what we think of as a normal elite Bryce Harper season. And the question is, Bryce Harper is 33 years old, and it's a fair question to ask Phillies management. Do you think this is the Bryce Harper that we're going to get going forward? Or do you think he can get back to what he was, when he was an MVP winner and what he was in some of the seasons he put up in his late 20s? It's a legitimate question to ask. I thought Dombrowski answered the question, but to go from that to people saying we're going to trade Bryce Harper I just don't know how we got from point A to point C, where now Harper's complaining about trade talk and stuff like that. It's just maybe it's today, the year 2025, maybe it's social media, but it just seems to be that both in the A.J. Brown case and the Bryce Harper case, it's almost like, a runaway horse pulling the wagon train down the trail out of control, basically, in both cases.
Social media has a lot of people in some bad mental spaces. Let's just say that. To get to the point where we're now trying to read A.J. Brown's Twitter, and he deleted all of the references it is just impossible to try to figure out what these guys are trying to do. But Bryce Harper also hurt by the Dave Dombrowski comments. That is actually right now on the MLB Network, up on the screen here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. You got all that going on. Did you watch that game yesterday, though, Eagles-Giants, and say, you know what? Maybe this Eagles team is a little freer without A.J. Brown, or is that preposterous?
Yeah, to me, that's preposterous. I mean, A.J. Brown, look, you don't want A.J. Philadelphia doesn't want A.J. Brown. Send him up the turnpike. Send him up the turnpike. Give him your easy pass transponder. Let him stick that on the front window of his car. Get right on the turnpike, right up. Get on at exit 3 down there in Belmore and ride up to the Meadowlands, 16W. Get off there. I know a team in the division that'll take him. Would love to have him. I mean, it's preposterous. I mean, it's like saying, the Eagles better without Jalen Hurts, or the Eagles better without Devontae Smith, or the Eagles better without Saquon Barkley. It's ridiculous. And I think, Mike, you're right. The outside speculation, I think, especially in the Bryce Harper case, I can't put myself in Bryce Harper's head, but I think he sees media people speculating, hey, Dombrowski said this, does that mean the Phillies would be willing to trade him? And they sort of take that as fact when it's really just people kind of speculating. I mean, and if you think logically, to me, the Eagles would be silly to trade A.J. Brown, and the Phillies would be more than silly to trade Bryce Harper, because the idea is to buy low and sell high. Why would you trade Harper if you were going to trade him off a down year when his value is at an all-time low probably for him? It just makes no sense whatsoever. And again, it's almost like, the horse like bolted out of the stable and is just running wild and, creating havoc wherever it goes.
All right, Mike, quickly, let's turn our attention over to the hometown 5, which is 2-0. And they're kind of doing it without Joel Embiid being a major factor. Now, he did play on Saturday night. He did score 20 points in 20 minutes, so he was a much more offensive factor, but he was not thrilled after the game, it sounds like, with the way this minute restriction is going. He will not play in the game tonight, but they are 2-0. There's a lot of good vibes. Jared McCain getting shots up today. It looks like he is getting close to coming back. I don't know where they're going to fit McCain and Grimes and Edgecombe and Maxey, and then Paul George will come back. He should be back soon. This Watford, he's another guy who's going to be a rotational player. Nick Nurse is going to have his hands full here.
Well, I mean, look, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's not worry about, look, the idea is to have as many good players as you can. They will figure it out. You're right. I watched the game the other night, and B looked better offensively. But, Mike, where I don't like the way he looks is on the defensive side of the ball. He just is not moving well. He's not defending the rim the way he used to. He was never really a great rebounder. Now, he hasn't rebounded much so far this season. So, and to me, for the Sixers to really sort of maximize the full potential of this team, it's not so much what Joel Embiid can give this team offensively. In fact, I think it might be a time for Joel Embiid to transition maybe in his career to a guy who is used to being the number one option offensively on the team, to now maybe going to be the number 2, number 3, on some nights, maybe the number 4 option. But what is consistently there is the defense, right? The defense and the rebounding, is kind of what this team needs. So we'll see how this Embiid saga plays out. But Mike, this is the tough part for a basketball team. Basketball teams is rhythm, chemistry. And here you have a guy who's playing 20 minutes a night. Now he's missing tonight's game, gonna play tomorrow. It just seems that that's not a recipe for consistent success, is having him be 20 minutes here. Now he's gone for 2 games. I just think it's very hard for a basketball team to get in a rhythm when the parts are not consistent.
Yeah. Well, and he doesn't seem thrilled about it either. He says, I threw my takes. If they want to listen to me, great. If they don't want to listen to me, we'll see. But obviously, he's off to an interesting start. I agree with you. He said it too. He said, look, the one night, I shot the ball, I didn't shoot well. I wasn't in a rhythm. I'm playing for 4-minute spurts. The next night, I shot the ball better, so my numbers look better. But it's not like I'm taking different shots. The shots are pretty much the same. One night he makes them, the other nights he doesn't. But to get into that rhythm, but on the defensive end, that is where I agree with you. He doesn't seem to be the same. We'll see that all unfold. They'll play tonight. No Embiid. He'll be back tomorrow against the Wizards, and you can hear both those games tonight on Rock 104.1, tomorrow night on 97.3. Mike's back on Wednesday, and we'll talk about both of those games. Michael, take care, man.
All right, we'll see you guys down the road. Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, the Bryce Harper thing, it is the headline right now on MLB Network's coverage. There's a World Series game tonight.
That's big news, man. Let me tell you.
He said, and you were in that time, were you not?
I was.
He said, I got out of there because I was sick of hearing about trade rumors all the time. He said, I didn't want to hear the trade rumors. That's why I came here. That's why I signed a no-trade clause. Let's just not have an offseason where the Bryce Harper thing's going to get out of control, people.
I believe it's already is out of control.
Oh, jeez. All right, coming up, text messages, poll question. All that on the other side. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board on all the topics we've discussed today. More Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're at the Fanatics Sportsbook. You know we're here every Monday. Let's look at the poll question at 973 ESPN.
What a throw by Jalen, by the way, to
What a catch by
the catch.
Dotson.
Actually, the catch, yeah.
Eagles are 6-2 at the bye. How far can this team go? Super Bowl team, NFC Championship game, NFC Divisional Round, Wild Card team. 69% right now think they're Super Bowl team. 19% NFC Championship game. That's where the road ends. 9% NFC Divisional Round, and 3% think they're a wild card team, one and done. Well,
I mean, for the
it's going to be tough for them to be a wild card team right now because the Cowboys are atrocious on offense. I mean, on defense, their defense is so bad. Their offense wasn't great yesterday either.
I think these next two games coming out of the bye, Green Bay, against Detroit, both primetime games, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and Washington tonight plays the Chiefs. That game's on 97.3 ESPN. What did I talk about last week? If the Eagles can win this game and get to 6-2, Dallas was an underdog. They lost. Now Washington's an underdog. If they lose, you have now pulled a full another game ahead of both of those teams with the bye week here.
Green Bay looked great last night against Pittsburgh.
Josh, what are the text board saying right now?
Well, there's a lot on the text board we get to. We don't have time to get to it all, but I'll just say I'll ask this question.
Just pick one good one.
There's one that goes against you there, Henning, about your George Pickens take.
Okay.
How can Josh yeah. It's a little funny how Josh can accuse Pickens of being a malcontent all offseason, but is in denial that AJ is not being a malcontent.
All right, so you want to address that right now? Let's address that, okay? Here's the deal. First of all, I haven't even got that far through the text board to read, but fine. We'll address that one because Pete picked it out. Here's the deal, okay? George Pickens was literally on the sidelines screaming and yelling at people. He was in the locker room complaining after every game. He never smiled. He was a miserable you-know-what in Pittsburgh. A.J. Brown has never screamed at his coaches. He's never tried to air bad vibes in the locker room after a game, except for, we need to pass better. Like, Pickens was an overt curmudgeon compared to A.J. Brown.
Are they both distractions, though?
Maybe.
They play wide receiver in the NFL. They're all distractions.
They're all divas?
Pretty much. Monday Night Football tonight on 97.3 ESPN. The World Series. Game 3 will be on Rock 104.1 after the Sixers and the Magic. When the Sixers Magic game ends, we'll take you to Game 3 of the World Series.
Hurts drops, steps up, looks. He is going deep down the far side of the field, and it is caught and in for a touchdown. Jahan Dotson
Took it away, too. I love this. He goes up, he high points the ball, Merrill Reese. It's one-on-one, man coverage. Then Jahan Dotson just goes up, high points the football, and he takes it away.
Wow. Fourth touchdown pass of the day for Jalen Hurts.
And that was number 4, as Merrill Reese called right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles roll 38-20 over the New York Football Giants. They are 6-2 at the bye week. We're talking about it now. We're grading it now. Grayson's Grades. Scott Grayson is back with another edition of Grayson's Grades here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And Grayson's Grades are brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Fox 29's Scott Grayson is back with his grades of the Eagles. 6-2 with that win yesterday. And if you're just kind of grading the first 8 games, it seems like, hey, 6-2, bye week. This is exactly what we all thought, Scott. But it is kind of interesting how we feel about this team going into the bye as opposed to how we felt about this team entering the bye week.
Yeah, I mean, it's how they got there matters, right? I think this has been a bit of a roller coaster ride. How they won some of the games early on to what they did yesterday, which was, I think everyone would agree, their most complete game of the season. Solid performance defensively. I mean, the last touchdown was against backups that were in, and they were just playing off more or less. And, so they gave up, for all intents and purposes, 13 points, scored 38. I mean, it was a solid performance. It was good to see the ground game going again. They had things working. And what was interesting to me, Mike, was after the game, you heard Jalen Hurts talking about how he likes to go under center. That doesn't jive with some of the stuff we had heard in the past. And he said he was liking it. He was enjoying it. And I think he's understanding what it brings to what dimension it adds to that offense. And so as they go into the bye here, and let's face it, Nick Sirianni has a history of doing good things during the bye week. When we all know what happened last year, propelled them to a Super Bowl title. He's 4-0 coming out of a bye. So I think there's a lot of reasons to expect that when they do their self-scouts, they're going to start to see things that they like, that they want to continue to do, that they didn't like, that they need to evolve on, why they didn't like it, what needs to get better, all that stuff. And the bottom line to me, Mike, I think the bye comes at a great time because these guys do need to get healthy, and they've been banged up. They've been treading through that. Despite all that, they are 6-2. And frankly, I'd be curious for your thoughts here. The you guys played to Jahan Dotson. Did you have the same thought I did? What was A.J. Brown thinking when they threw that ball?
Well, and I don't know if you saw other video of this, but Devontae Smith's guy fell, and he was so wide open that he could have just, handed it to him. He was so open. Yeah, the whole day, though, you're thinking, I don't know, were you in the locker room after the game yesterday?
No, I was doing our post-game show afterwards.
All right, well, I'm trying to think in my mind, here's 38 points. The whole offense looks smooth. What is A.J. Brown thinking? I mean, hey, here's a game using me without using me. Well, I'm not even in the game, and they scored 38 points, and they look good. And I don't think anybody is suggesting that the team's better off without A.J. Brown, obviously. But they did have probably their most fluid and best game of the season offensively in a game that he did not play. That should be duly noticed, right?
Yeah, but so if you go boil it down further, you say, okay, well, why did they have their best game offensively? Frankly, I thought the offensive line by far played its best as a unit that game versus any other. And I think that obviously played a big role. I mean, they were opening up huge holes for Saquon and Tank Bigsby. And at the same token, they were also protecting Jalen and giving him time to find guys and throw the ball around when he did. He only threw it 20 times. But I liked some of the designs. I mean, I hate bringing this up because I don't want it to jinx it, but Dallas Goedert has been healthy. And when he's healthy and he's on that field, you can navigate without an A.J. Brown. If he also goes down at some point and you don't have an A.J. Brown, it gets that much harder for everybody else. And I think what he has brought, 7 touchdowns, a career high this season to this point so far, career high for him in any season, that to me it speaks some volumes. They've shown some really cool plays with him. And now you get the ground game going. You can throw the ball around. And what he did with Jahan Dotson is what I've been asking for. Just give your guys who are talented receivers, like an A.J. Brown, a chance to go win a 50-50 ball because I bet more often than not these guys will win it.
No question about it. You saw Dotson go up and win it. I want to also get your thoughts. They only threw the ball 20 times in the game yesterday, but they seemed to throw it, I don't want to say differently, but guys were open. Patterns seemingly were different, and guys seemed to be not just open, wide open. I mean, Smith catching the ball with nobody around him. I thought some of the designs, I think Goddard had 3 catches. 2 of them were for touchdowns, but they were really well-designed plays, specifically in the red zone, the one that he caught in the 6-yard touchdown there. Hey, how about throwing the ball to slip out of the backfield to Saquon Barkley, and there he goes running wild. It just seemed there was a rhythm, there was a purpose, and there was a little bit more layers to the offense yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of things we've been saying they've been lacking. They've been missing. They've been missing a flow. They've been missing some energy on that offense, and they've been missing some long drives. And, they had that. And why did they have that? Well, again, I think the offensive line blocked a lot better. But on top of that, they had a running game. And I think that is why you saw some of those receivers so wide open, because the Giants knew they couldn't continue to let Saquon and Tank Bigsby and whoever was going to run the ball end up, going off. And as it turned out, they did have 2 guys rush for over 100 yards. But I think that's what was happening. I think the Giants were trying to work on stopping the run, and it left guys open when the Eagles did decide to throw it, do some play action, that sort of thing. A lot of good things to see there. Like I said, a lot of good things to put on film going into the bye that, look, the Packers are going to have to worry about when they start watching some film and prepping for the Eagles in 2 weeks. So I'm encouraged by what I saw. I don't think that we need to be running around raising another Super Bowl banner yet. I think there's still a lot of things, as even they acknowledged after the game, that they need to clean up. But, another thing that's overlooked here, Mike, it's amazing how much better and how much easier it is to score points when you have a kick return. Will Shipley deserves credit. I gave him, I think, an A in my grades for what he did in the return game. Three returns for 99 yards. I mean, and I know it doesn't sound like, oh, that's amazing. But when you had been starting at your own 5 or your own 10 because you couldn't catch a kickoff, I mean, that really makes it that much harder for the offense. So, I think they had things going, and there's definitely – and again, I know we'll talk about the defense, but Jalen Carter being out there, I think, really had a big positive effect for that defense as well.
Yeah, a lot of A's from Scott Grayson yesterday. Probably the best performance of the Eagles season there. And I do want to talk a little bit. You talked about the offensive line and the role they had in the game. But, that was Barkley setting the tone early with that 65-yard run. That kind of got them all going, and it felt like the line kind of gained some confidence after that run of, okay, we sprung one, let's go, and it felt like you could see them getting a little bit of their mojo after that big run.
Yeah, it had to, right? I mean, when you were doing that at the clip they were doing it a year ago, to wait until the 8th game to be able to spring Saquon had to feel like, a ginormous weight coming off their shoulders. And so I think you probably are onto something with that. By them being able to do that and do it early, it probably helped them relax a little bit. And Landon Dickerson, I thought, played his best game of the year. I think as a result, Jordan Mailata was even more steady and more of who we've been used to seeing there. Look, Brett Toth, I thought, played a really good game. He was getting out as a center and getting some blocks on the outside. I thought they did a better job of running off tackle, where I think they've had, frankly, better lanes to run than in the middle. And Lane Johnson, of course, is Lane Johnson. So I think as a line, and Mike, I think that might have been the first game. I'd have to go back and double check. But the 5 guys that started on the offensive line at the beginning of the game were the 5 that finished. And they've been going through games where they've had guys getting banged up during the game. So you're bringing in somebody, you got to work on that communication, that chemistry on that line. And it's when you lose a little bit of that, all it takes is a little bit, and it gets disjointed and out of sync, and it gets a lot harder to block.
Well, and I'll tell you, they're also going with the extra 6 guy a lot, too. Yes. They're going with Fred Johnson, and that's obviously giving them a little extra boost as well. I thought Brett Toth, who's been the much maligned Brett Toth, he helped out. He must have felt a lot more comfortable in the game this week as well.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you brought up a great point, Fred Johnson being in there. They're not just running with him in there. They will throw the ball with him in there. So by putting him in, it's not automatically tipping off to the defense, hey, this is a run play. So the fact they've been doing both with him in there, I think that speaks volumes, too, to how flexible and creative they can get in the second half of the season as well.
Yeah, all right. Scott Grayson's grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com after every Eagles game. He grades the Eagles. A lot of A's here. Let's go to the defense and look at the A's there because I thought Jalen Carter's presence was big, and it allowed Jalix Hunt to really have a big day. I thought Hunt 58 was all over the place. I thought Dean had a really good game. I'm interested to see your take. How is Vic Fangio going to implement Dean Campbell, Nolan Smith, Brandon Graham? I guess if you want to throw Azeez Ojulari, Uche played more snaps yesterday than Campbell did. So this is going to be really interesting coming out of this bye week. How does Vic Fangio implement all these guys? And does this mean, hey, you know what? Maybe the pass rush isn't as bad off as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time feeling a lot better about it after just one game. However, there were a lot of positive signs there, and I think the biggest one is the fact that Jalen Carter's presence was there. And I think he looked as healthy as he has all year, and I know he's only going to get healthier through this bye week. So you give me a healthy Jalen Carter in the middle of that defense in 2 weeks against the Packers, and you go out from there, and you saw his effect and what it did for some of the other guys. 5 sacks by 5 different guys, including a linebacker in Zach Bond. You bring up some great points, and I think Vic is probably eager to spend these 2 weeks trying to answer the question you just asked. Because Jahad Campbell has come out like gangbusters, but now that Kobe Dean's back, he has seen a lot less snaps. And I don't know that that's good for this defense to get Jahad Campbell off the field as much. So, yeah, I want to find a way to get him some more snaps. I'm going to get Nolan Smith back. I'm going to get to mix in a Brandon Graham every now and then. You mentioned Uche was doing better. Jordan Davis had a good game yesterday. And again, I think it all comes back to Jalen Carter and Keely Ringo, right? I've been critical of him, as have a lot of people. Why did he do better? Well, because the pass rush allowed him to not have to cover for as long. I think that was a factor too. So as those guys get better up front and Vic gets creative with how he tries to send them in and what they do, and they only rushed. They didn't blitz a lot yesterday, and I think that's because they knew they needed to keep Jackson Dart from allowing his legs to beat him like they did really in the first game. He did a great job of getting out of that pocket, finding running lanes, and then getting back-breaking first downs. They did a better job of that too. So I think it's going to be fun to watch. Last year, they hit the bye earlier in the year, right? But the defense really started to come together, and by the end of the year was phenomenal. I think we're going to start to see some of that. I do believe that I'd be shocked if Howie didn't make a move to add to this defense, whether it be, a corner or an edge guy. But with that and with the creativity that Vic's going to be able to try to do here over these next couple of weeks, I expect this defense to start to find its way and build an identity over the next few weeks.
All right, Scott Grayson's grades up after every Eagles game over at 97.3 ESPN.com. I guess we'll get you out on this because, that's an emphatic win. They're 6-2 at the bye week. They got a little bit of a break here. Then you got a showdown in the second half. It is Philly and Green Bay. Right now, Green Bay is the number 1 seed in the NFC. They won again last night, so with just the one loss, they do have a tie. Green Bay is the number 1 seed over there. Then you have the Lions. So coming out of this break, they got and then Dallas and then Chicago. So it's a 4-game stretch of teams that are challenging. But if you were to give this team a grade at the bye week, 8 games in, where do you go?
Factoring in all 8 games, I'm going with a C. I just think this has been an average team that has been lucky to win some of the games they won. I mean, really, they probably should be 4-4. So I look at them and say, this is a C. It's trending in the right direction. I like where they're going in the last 2 weeks. So I think they've got a real good shot to finish the season in A range. But right now, I would say they're a C. They've left a lot of things on the field. They have some things still to fix. They've got to get better in certain areas, even despite what they did yesterday. So I would put them at a C right now, Mike.
All right, there you go. Just a C. Not as impressive as we all had hoped, but 6-2 first place end. They will play Green Bay with a shot now to recapture the number 1 seed. If they were to beat Green Bay next week, as long as Green Bay doesn't lose, they are 6-1. The Eagles, I would imagine, would be the number 1 seed. They do have a bunch of tiebreaker stuff over Tampa, who they already beat once. They do play the Lions coming up as well, so keep that in mind. But if you look at the NFC standings right now, Green Bay is 1. Philadelphia is 2. Tampa Bay is 3. Seattle right now would be 4. Detroit Rams, Niners, and the Rams and Niners, they play coming up as well. So it is a very tight right now NFC race. And that, of course, is right here. You'll hear all the games. We'll talk about it on the Sports Bash. Those are Grayson's grades for week number 8. Thanks, Scott.
All right, thank you, Mike. Take care.
And the grades are brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott Grayson's grades after every Eagles game here on the Sports Bash. All right, we'll keep it here, Josh. We'll rip off a couple text messages from the first hour of the show. We got a ton of texts on the Eagles-Giants bye week, everything that's out there. Let's handpick a couple. And by the way, today is your first chance to enter this year's 99 Bottles Party. We're going to be doing that here on the Sports Bash this hour. You'll have 2 chances this hour. It's your first opportunities. Listen for your cue to call, and when you hear it, be the 7th caller at 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. And this year, we're going to be at Maynard's in Margate. We've got Eagles-Bears Black Friday tickets.
Oh,
so
that'll
the
be
Black
2
Friday
days later. I like
You're going
that.
to get those tickets on Wednesday when the party is, and you'll be going to the game on Black Friday. It's a 3 o'clock Black Friday kickoff. And we have tickets. We're already putting together the 99 pairs of tickets. We'll have Sixers tickets and Flyers tickets and some concert tickets and some great shows and some tickets to other great events all over the area, as we always do. 99 qualifiers, 99 winners, and the qualification starts today right here on the Sports Bash. But let's first hit the text board, 609-403-0973. What do we got?
Paul from Millville chimed in a little bit earlier, Mikey. He says, I think this Eagles team falls to about 3rd in line in the NFC right now behind the Lions and the Packers. We will get our chance to see where we stand with those teams in the near future. The play of the game yesterday, in my mind, was Bigsby converting that 2nd and 31. I felt that was the moment that broke the back for the Giants, says Paul in Millville.
Those are all great points. Right now, Green Bay's 1, Philadelphia's 2, Tampa's 3. Detroit's a wild card team because they are behind Green Bay, so they are 5. But I wouldn't argue with Paul. You could put in any configuration. Packers, Eagles, Lions, Lions, Eagles, Packers, Eagles, Lions, Packers, Eagles, Packers, Lions. I don't know if I hit every scenario there, but I don't have any problem with those 3 teams being in the conversation. Tampa right there behind them. Phillies beating Tampa, so you got the tiebreaker on them. You got the 3 teams out west, Seattle, the Rams, and the Niners. They're all there, although that Niner loss yesterday
That's a bad loss.
was a tough loss. That's a bad loss.
Definitely a bad loss.
And the Bigsby observation is a good one. That 2nd and 31, as he busts that one up the right side, that was a big-time play. Who knows what happens if the Giants kind of stuff you and make you punt there.
Was I the only one who felt like yesterday that Tank Bigsby was giving me like Jay Ajayi vibes when they acquired him in 2017?
He was great yesterday, and I'll tell you what, I mean, I would imagine A.J. Dillon is essentially like out of the rotation somewhere in the middle of nowhere, but Bigsby definitively could have a role in the offense here with the way he played yesterday.
After getting benched on the kickoffs.
Well, his kickoff was less than stellar.
Right.
He was terrible in that
But
facet.
it's the first time since 2013, I believe, that 200-yard rushers for the Eagles.
That was
Bryce Brown and LaShawn McCoy were
Correct.
the last 2 guys.
Bryce Brown. I used to host a show with Bryce Brown.
Did
How
you?
about that? Yeah, I used to do the player show we did at Chickies and Pete's years ago.
Mike from Wildwood, not Mike Gill, chiming in on the text board at 609-403-0973. Says, huge win yesterday. That fumble was a real deal. The refs got to be checked when it comes to these calls on the field. He goes on to say, AJ and all this stuff, either way, I'm sick and tired of him and his issues. Something is really wrong with him. I'm sorry. He needs to get it together. We're a Super Bowl team. Get healthy. We have juggernauts coming up on the schedule, says Mike in Wildwood.
I mean, listen, that's sports in 2025. We have to just all get used to it. I mean, social media, a lot of us didn't grow up with social media, so we're trying to decide what these guys mean in their social media posts. I'm not in the business of trying to figure out what these guys mean in their social media posts. Like, if it means something, we'll figure it out. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and psychoanalyze everybody's post. And
for me, I don't know how someone finds out that A.J. Brown scrubbed all the praise, of Jalen Hurts on his personal Instagram. I don't know how someone finds that out.
Someone has a lot of time on their
But they
hands.
did.
Well,
But
there's
they
a
did, and
search
it's out
function.
there.
There's a search function that you can go to the person's page and then type in a name. and see any time that name is that guy has tweeted it or
Right,
posted it or IG'd it, I guess. I don't know.
But Pete's larger point is, how would you know it was scrubbed if you didn't already know it was there, and then you went to look for it and
Right.
you found
Fair.
it wasn't there?
Yes.
Fair.
Yep.
That's like a borderline, like, psychotic kind of stuff going on there.
All of those things are borderline psychotic. All of those things are borderline psychotic, and people who have too much time on their hand. And that is why these things are out of the realm of me trying to psychoanalyze of, ooh, he tweeted that. That must mean something. Or he scrubbed this. That's got to mean it. Maybe it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I am not qualified enough to decide whether it does.
But now Jalen's going to get probably asked the question, hey, did you see AJ's Instagram? He scrubbed all that stuff about you. I'm just focused on the collective.
And then Jalen would say, I'm on social media. He'll probably say that.
Yeah, that's true.
Terry and Galloway said, if the Eagles want to repeat as Super Bowl champions, they'll need A.J. Brown to do it down the stretch. That's for Terry and Galloway. 2
points for Terry. I agree.
A very interesting, person didn't leave their name, but I thought I want to squeeze this one in, Mike. He says, AJ's cryptic post keeps people talking about him, keeps people looking at his new collabs and his social media. He says, is he happy? Sure. His thirst will never be quenched, but he's no dummy. He's getting attention for his social media.
It's like what we used to talk about with Aaron Rodgers. He just likes people talking about him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I don't think that there's, we
Yeah.
talk about this a lot about, is A.J. Brown profiting from his YouTube or his Instagram page? I don't know. I mean, you can monetize these things.
Absolutely.
Is there a fine line, though, of like what we've seen in the past this season where you're force-feeding A.J. Brown and it's a detriment, right? Is there a fine line there where you want to keep him happy, obviously involved in the game, he's great, but there's also a fine line where you force-feed the guy?
Well, listen, there is the evolution of the play caller, the new coordinator, all of that stuff. We always act like the guy gets the job and that he's going to be the best that he's ever going to be at the job in week one. Like when you get a job, are you as good at your job in week one as you were in week 17?
Of course not.
Of course not. So, but in professional sports, we don't really take that into consideration. We just say, hey, you're the guy that got hired to be the offensive coordinator. If you're not good in the first week, you suck.
It's what have you done for me lately, right?
So maybe he's kind of growing into that role, and that
And good for Patullo because half the fan base wanted the guy fired.
Which is asinine.
So there's a lesson in there, probably.
609-403-0973. Text board stays open throughout the show. We will hit you with some more texts on the other side. We got a lot of texts coming up. 609-403-0973. All right, we're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, you can stop out. It's a sports equinox day. The NFL, Major League Baseball, the NHL, and the NBA all have games today. By the way, the MLS has playoff games tonight as well.
Oh, goody.
It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, listen for that cue to call. It could be coming at any time. There it is right there. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party, which means you have a shot to win tickets. Club box seats to see the Eagles and the Bears on Black Friday at Lincoln Financial Field. We'll also have tickets to see the Flyers, Sixers, concerts, and other great events. It's all happening live on Wednesday, November the 27th at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue in Margate. We're going to have the biggest party of the year, as we do every year for this year's 99 Bottles Party. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate, but you got to be caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Good luck. 3:30 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Congratulations, William in Linwood. First qualifier of the day. We'll do another one this hour. Listen for your cue to call. When you hear it, be the seventh caller. William in Linwood, you are our first qualifier. You have a shot to win Eagles-Bears tickets along with Flyers, Sixers. Some great concerts, by the way. You going to the Bush show?
When is that?
December 13th.
No, I won't be able to make that show.
How do you know?
I'm sure I'll be going to a Christmas tree farm.
Ah, come on.
Some light show, I'm sure.
Sting's playing as well.
I did see that.
I'm not available for that night. It's like November 15th or something.
You know what else Ocean's doing? I saw it today on my drive. Macaulay Culkin's doing a Home Alone
the Home Alone
screening.
thing.
Yeah, right here at
You
Ocean.
going to that?
I would actually go to that.
You gonna ask a question?
You know what? Maybe I will. You want to go?
What is it? I'm kind of intrigued, actually.
I know, me too. It's a great idea. Whoever came up with that.
So they do like these things where he basically, I guess, does like Q&A on the movie.
Yeah, I guess
I've seen them do it for other things. They do it over at the concert venue over there. My mind's blank.
Ovation Hall?
Ovation Hall, jeez.
Yeah.
All right, Nick Sirianni is taking questions from the media right now. We will go to that here in just a moment here on the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, today is the first chance for 99 bottles. When you hear the cue to call, it can go off at any time during the show. When you hear it, be the seventh caller. This year, we're at Maynard's in Margate. We're giving away Eagles. We got tickets to Eagles-Bears. Club box seats, that's the big prize. I mean, if you're an Eagles fan. If you're not an Eagles fan, we have tickets to go see the Flyers, the Sixers, area concert events, all sorts of stuff that's coming to the area. 99 winners, 99 pairs of tickets at this year's 99 Bottles show. Will be live at Maynard's in Margate. Our first reaction to the Eagles today, as always, brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle. This season scored big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. Here is the Eagles head coach after an Eagles 38-20 win. Here is Nick Sirianni.
If I could start off by asking about the trade deadline being like 8 days away and everything. The fact that you guys don't have a game to prepare for this week, how much does that enable you to kind of be more involved with Howie as far as trade talks, and how beneficial is it for you not to have to worry about a game and can focus on the trade deadline?
Yeah, regardless of the scenario that, whether we have a game, whether we have a short week with the trade line deadline coming up, always constant communication with Howie about everything. We find time to do the things that are necessary to help the team win, help the team get better, whatever it may be. Obviously, this week's very important for us as far as our self-scout and identifying some different things. And so, always going to be a busy week. But I wouldn't say, because we don't have a game this upcoming week, it's any different, because you just find the time to do the things necessary to help get better and help the team win.
Thanks.
We'll go to John McMullen and then Ed Kratz.
Hi, Nick. Nakobe Dean, I wanted to ask you yesterday, but getting him back and all he's went through, just the leadership behind the scenes, what's it been like for the team to get him back and contributing?
Yeah, always great to have him on the field. Guys love playing with and for Nakobe. So love that group, that linebacker group that we have. It's great to have him back on the field contributing. Obviously, he's been very important for us for the past 4 years, and again, works his butt off, always constantly preparing, doing all the necessary things that getting better requires, and just love having him back ready to go.
We'll go to Ed Kratz and then Jeff McLean.
Hi, Nick. Just to ask you about what your messaging is to, your coaching staff and the players heading into, I guess, this week off and into the bye week.
Yeah, I think it's so important that we are completely locked in and focused on finding ways to get better, identifying issues, identifying strengths, and this is a really important week. we've benefited from this week in the past, whether that be going into the playoffs, or whether it's in the regular season. And so it's that same motivation and same hunger to do everything that we can do to help improve the football team. For players, it's about, being away and resting their bodies and taking care of their bodies, doing some extra stuff themselves as far as their mental preparation for the rest of the season. But really, I always think that this bye week sets you up for, and for some things that for the rest of the season. So it's a really important week.
We'll go to McLean here, and then Dave Z.
What's up, McLean?
McLean again. What's up, Sirianni? Hey, Nick, the pin and pull blocks were key this week for you guys on bringing Saquon on tank. What's the process of how they're put into the game plan and then carried on through the coaching staff and then down to the players and then executing? I imagine it starts with Stout seeing something. How much can you provide in terms of how that unfolds over the course of a week?
Yeah, different scheme. You always look at the defense that you're playing, their players, obviously the first thing that you look at. Then their techniques, right? Every defense has different techniques of how they play different things. I think that's one I want to, obviously be careful how much I'm saying too, is for competitive reasons. But you always look at the techniques of how they're playing, the different ways they're stopping the run, and that's how you that's your starting point of what to put in and why to put it in, right? Obviously we have the offensive line and to be able to do a lot of different schemes, but you also want to have your bread and butters, the things that you can rest your hat on in critical moments and when it's crunch time. So, but a lot of that is based off of your film study of what you're looking at. Now, the better you are on offense and the more they're worried about the run game, the more you might not see the things that you saw on film all week. But it always starts with their players, their techniques of how they play different things, how they line up formationally. Obviously, everything's always, first and foremost, what you're always thinking about your players and what they can accomplish. But we do feel like our guys are versatile. They'll be able to accomplish a lot of different things. So I think that's what the starting point is. That's probably most I'm going to give you right there just for competitive reasons. But, yeah.
We'll go to Dave and then Geoff Nyberg.
Nick, through this point in the season, how much growth have you seen from Kevin Patullo in his new job, and how much do you account for that going into a season, knowing that you have an OC who's been with you but hasn't been in that particular role?
I think he's done a good job of continuing to get better, just like our players. I think that's regardless of, every team's a new team, so there's a growth period in every, whether it's a first-time play caller or not, there's a growth period within each year for, the players, for the coaches, everything. And so that's what the first weeks of the season are for, is to find ways to win, find ways to get better, and really continue, be in that continual growth mindset all the way through, so you're playing your best football in November, December, January, hopefully.
We'll go to Geoff Nyberg and then Bob Brookover.
Hey, Nick, these bye weeks are obviously, time to take stock and self-evaluate. You just had one of these 2 weeks ago with the mini bye. How differently do you feel about the state of the union right now, I guess, for lack of a better term, now compared to 2 weeks ago? And what's sort of your general overall take on where you guys are right now?
Yeah, obviously super important, a Thursday night game, coming off of that. You can't do everything that you want to do in a normal bye week, just because there's less time, obviously. And so obviously this week's always important. I guess, again, we don't live week to week with results. Obviously, we're paid to win football games, and find ways to get better. But we don't live within a week to week. You know, you work like crazy to get better. You work like crazy to win each football game. But then win, lose, or draw, you're on to the next, and you're doing the same thing over again. So, you know, I think respect your question as far as, you know, obviously after the Thursday night game, we had lost 2 in a row. Now we've won 2 in a row. We really don't think that way. We just think about how we're going to get better and find ways to win. And so that's where we are right now. It's no different. Our state, we don't have to be like everybody else, right? We actually thrive and enjoy that we don't have to live like the outside world with you know how each and every game goes. We just put our head down, look for ways to get better, try to find ways to win, and so that's where we are right now. And now we're into the bye week, and it's a great opportunity for growth here.
We'll go to Bob Brookover and then EJ Smith.
Hey, Nick, you guys obviously had a lot of success coming out of the bye last year. It looked like it was early, kind of early when you look at the schedule. This year, is week 9 the perfect bye week? And what have you learned about how to spend your time in the bye week since you've been in this job?
Yeah, I don't think you can ever really say, hey, this is the perfect time for a bye, right? Last year, in 2024, week 4 was our perfect time for the bye, you know, and our mindset will be, hey, this year, this is our perfect time for a bye. And when we play a Friday night game coming, or Friday afternoon game coming up, that'll be a perfect time for a Friday night game. You handle every situation and control the things you can control. You can't control those other things. You know, the bye week process, we just continue to evolve it, but I think that to say, hey, here's what I've learned in my past 4 years here, you know, it really goes back. What have I learned in my time in the NFL on these bye weeks? And that's why you're just constantly in this growth mindset of everything, of how you can get better at your process. So I think that's been an evolving thing. Obviously, you know, these last 4 or 5 years I've been the head coach, so obviously there's more to it than when I was, you know, just the offensive coordinator. But I think that the process of our bye week has evolved throughout the years from the past 10 years of my coaching career, you know. And so, but really, it's really about, I think human nature could be, hey, we don't have a game this week, have a tendency to be able to relax. And that's just not the way we think, and that's just not the way we're about to go about our business this week. We'll be about finding ways to get better, identifying issues that we know we have, identifying strengths that we know we have, and tendencies, and looking for ways to improve on those things.
We'll go to EJ and then finish with Zach Berman.
Hey, Nick, on the missed field goal at the midway through the first quarter, it seemed like there was some confusion and some frustration afterward. I'm curious, what happened on that play? What was the source of the confusion? And then what was the explanation from the officials that you got on the sideline there? Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously there's a lot of things that happen within a game. I'm glad you guys don't ask me every week, hey, why'd you get upset with the official here, or why were you happy with them here? Because that'd be the whole press conference. So I think that we probably just keep that between myself and the officials. You know, again, I just think that's the right way of doing business in the NFL. They got a hard job. We got a hard job. It's never about you know, there's always many opportunities to win and lose football games. It's never about that. But there was, you know, obviously there was something that we were communicating about. You know, they made the call the best way that they thought they could. I respect that. And we move on and we play the next play.
We'll finish with Zach here.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. I saw on the team video that you gave out a cowbell after the game. What's the story behind that, and how long has that been going on? Yeah, that was the first time I gave out a cowbell, so it hasn't really hasn't been going on in a long time. But
I don't know. You guys, if the players want you, I always want to keep my conversations with the guys in-house. That was something we talked about in a team meeting. If they want to share that with you, by all means, they can.
If I can then follow up then, just generally on Saquon's performance, you didn't necessarily get asked that about the game. I'm sorry, after the game. What stood out about the way Saquon ran, and is that a game you saw coming this season?
Yeah, of course. Saquon, I thought that was just a matter of time. We've been close, with our run game, and it popped yesterday. And so we want to build on that and continue on that. But I think, that was just a matter of time because, we have the players up front. Saquon looks great, and he was able to find some space yesterday to get some of those explosive runs that we were used to seeing from him.
Sirianni, as obviously the Eagles win handily, and so he wasn't attacked with. I don't remember hearing any A.J. Brown questions in there. Really, did I miss any?
No, I didn't hear any.
Interesting. So they win. They settle that all down, and Nick goes into the bye week. He didn't want to share their bye week process. He says we kind of evolve it each and every week, but they'll have a bye week here. They'll get a chance to figure out what they want to now add and work on. We'll be talking about it, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 99 Bottles registration continues. Listen for that cue to call this hour on the Sports Bash. Coming up on the other side, it's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. What did Chris Canty had to say about Jalen Hurts' performance this week? You might be surprised. Stick around. That's next on the Sports Bash.
When A.J. Brown is out, there is no panic in Jalen Hurts. He has Devontae Smith. He's not tripping. Not to say that A.J. Brown is not a dog, because he absolutely is, and I in no way, shape, or form want to disparage the type of player that A.J. Brown is. But that said, A.J. Brown out of the lineup, no panic, no worry from Jalen Hurts.
It's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day today. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV. That's right. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. You brought it up in the first hour, PG. What about Jalen Hurts' MVP conversation after the last 2 weeks that we saw? You would think he would shoot up the list, and Chris Canty's right. There's no panic. It's not like, hey, I don't have A.J. Brown here. He just calmly moves on to the next guy.
And should A.J. look at that game yesterday and maybe get in line? Maybe team first, let's go.
You would hope that's how it works. But right now, Jalen Hurts, by the way, Patrick Mahomes, plus 125. Josh Allen, plus 350. Drake May, plus 475. Baker Mayfield, plus 1,100. Matthew Stafford, 1,100. Goff, 1,800. Daniel Jones, plus 2,000. Jonathan Taylor, plus 2,000. He's kind of the Saquon Barkley candidate this year. Jordan Love, plus 2,200. And there's Jalen Hurts at plus 2,500. Is it worth sprinkling a couple bucks based on what Chris Canty said, guys?
I think so. 20 touchdowns, one pick.
20 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Let him do that against
season.
Green Bay and Detroit coming up, and then we'll see where his odds are.
He is like just such a polarizing guy. I mean, he only threw the ball 20 times yesterday, but he had 4 touchdowns. So efficient. He's efficient. He makes big plays. He makes the throw when you need the throw. Then he misses the throw when you're like, it was right there. Even on the touchdown to Dotson, go back and watch that play. Devontae Smith's man fell, and Smith was wide open, but he gets all the attention for making the great throw to Dotson, and Dotson making the play. Canny, I agree. He is just unflappable, but he is great, but he's not the great you want him to be. All right, that's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeouts. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. Unsportsmanlike tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, there's that sounder again. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You will be our second entry into this year's 99 Bottles Party. The 99 Bottles Party is back at Maynard's in Margate. Yeah, man, we're going to be at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, November 27th. You must be present to win. Caller 7 right now. You have a shot to win all sorts of tickets, including Eagles, Bears, Black Friday, Club Box tickets for Lincoln Financial Field. We'll have tickets to see the Sixers, the Flyers, and all sorts of area concert events and other huge events all over the region. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You must be present to win. It's all thanks to our friends at Maynard's in Margate. We'll see you there. Caller 7, good luck.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Hurts gives it off, no fakes. He fires, complete. Touchdown, Dallas Goedert, his second of the game.
Great play call. So this play has multiple options. He gives the dive. It's play action. He puts it in the belly of the running back. Nope, I don't want you to have it. He pulls it out. He has the option to keep or throw it to Dallas Goedert.
There you go. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. That's Merrill Reese on the call on the Dallas Goedert touchdown reception. He had 2 in the game, and both of them pretty well drawn up there. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook right here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. And PhillyVoice.com is back for a Monday edition of Football at 4, 38-20. You know, probably the most fluid the offense has looked all season, and it happens to come with no A.J. Brown. They had a little bit of something going everywhere. They had 2 running backs going, not just one. They didn't just get Saquon going. They got 2 guys going. They threw it all over the yard. Devontae Smith heavily involved. They had some creative play calls. It looked like there was a rhythm and a reason. Probably the best overall performance offensively of the season.
Oh, without a doubt, it was the best overall performance of the season. And I think what it showed you, and everybody really was, and I was asked about this a lot, so were you, was it Saquon Barkley? Is Saquon Barkley doing something wrong? Is Saquon Barkley not the same guy? Is he hurt? Is he that? Well, no, you could see when you execute blocks like the Eagles did, that it's not just Saquon Barkley who benefited, but so did Tank Bigsby. I mean, you saw the holes. You saw these guys run through them. You saw both of them be able to do what they do best, which is Saquon getting to the second level and then putting the Jets on. Bigsby is a hard, powerful runner. You saw him breaking tackles and making contact and dragging guys. And so to me, it's never been about the running back. It's always been about the offensive line and the offensive scheme.
Yeah, so the big run early in the game, that kind of sets the tone because they break that one off. And then it felt like after that, the offensive line just started to get some confidence of like, all right, now we're having some fun. And they just kind of worked off that. But this looked more like the offense from last year where they got the big run and then they were able to work off of it. But what did you take from the passing game, and did it look different? Did it feel different, the passing game? They only threw the ball 20 times, but it seemed like guys were open. There was guys kind of running free in the passing game yesterday.
So the Giants typically play a dime defense. That's where they've played some of their best defense this year. They haven't played great defense, but that's what they do when they get you in a passing excuse me. But they were without Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland. It's 2 really important players in their secondary. So that forced them to have to play different packages that they weren't used to. And then Cordell Flott, who was an outside corner, who's normally not a starter, had to come out of the game. I'm sorry, he is a starter, but he had to come out of the game. Deonte Banks had to start. Flott came out of the game with an injury. So then they were on like a street free agent corner who got, beat on that the John Dotson touchdown. So they were in a tough bind. So yeah, there were players that were open, and the Eagles took advantage of it. The Eagles were also without A.J. Brown, so they were underhanded. They were shorthanded as well. They did some things differently on offense again to combat to help themselves out and to go against what the Giants were showing on defense. But the only thing that stands out from a negative is that they continue to be a very bad third down offense. That would be if fixing the run game was number one, and now you're feeling that. Now the next focus should be how do they get better on third down, because they've been so good in the red zone that they've compensated for the fact that they were not very good on third down.
You mentioned these wrinkles, a lot of under center. How has that kind of made adjustments and changed this offense a little bit? The last 2 weeks, they've really kind of gone under center almost exclusively.
No, not exclusively. I mean, they've added it to their offense. I think last week against the Vikings, when they first did it, was about 16 snaps. But if you take away the victory formation and the tush push, it was like, no, it was about 16, and they may have done it 15, 16 more times. I haven't counted yet. I did last week. So it's a part of their offense that is helping them. And then throwing Fred Johnson in as an extra offensive tackle on about 8 or 10 snaps also helps. I also thought
they've been throwing the ball. They've been throwing the ball with the extra linemen, so that kind of like you have to.
Right, you got to mix it up. You can't just if you just run it every time, they're going to know that, right? And the whole point was to diversify your offense. And then I thought they made a concerted effort to get some runs that were, I don't want to call them outside zone, but outside the tackle, off tackle, as opposed to straight inside between the tackles. So that took the pressure off Brett Toth to have to make difficult blocks up the middle, but it took advantage of his athleticism. He's a pretty good athlete. He's played guard and tackle and center. So you saw him get outside and get some lead blocks in the second level on those outside runs. So that was helpful too.
Well, you just said outside runs. That's something we haven't seen a lot of, and I thought they went to the outside, especially with Bigsby. I mean, he ran hard. He's got a little burst, but you saw more outside runs this particular week.
Yeah, and some when you run to the outside, the way the Eagles do it, right, is usually through pin pulls or taking linemen and moving that pulling them is what we call it, right? And maybe it was difficult with Cam Jurgens in there because he just has been dealing with coming back from the back surgery, and of course Landon Dickerson has been banged up. All of them have been banged up a little bit, but I kept telling you, I felt like the more distance we got from some of these injuries, the better it would get. And obviously this was the week that they felt that they could get that outside run game going and did.
Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and Philly Voice looking back at the Eagles' win over the Giants. And some of the things in this game, obviously one big one that wasn't there was A.J. Brown, and he is obviously their biggest play threat. But not having them, why were they successful without him?
Well, there's a number of factors. I thought the offense, the quarterback was well protected, and if you're well protected and you've got Dallas Goedert and Devontae Smith, you still should be able to move the ball. In a lot of the games where they played without A.J. Brown, specifically the Tampa Bay games, they were also dealing with other injuries in those games that either impacted pass protection or impacted the quarterback in some kind of way. But in this case, you're going up again against the Giants defense, missing 2 starters in the secondary. You blocked it up well up front, thanks to A, your running game, and B, pass pro has been pretty good this year anyway. I thought the Giants did a good job of moving Hurts off his mark, but a bad job of even when they spied him, containing his rush. He got out of, they didn't have a disciplined rush, so he was able to make some things happen. And then Devontae Smith's really good. You put him up against anybody, and him and Goddard are gonna get their catches. I think it's okay. Maybe it's politically correct now, where we could say, hey, you know what? When the Eagles get into the red zone, they kind of come up with creative stuff we haven't seen before, especially to Goddard, right? I mean, maybe the offensive coordinator deserves some credit there. I don't know.
I thought the second touchdown to Goddard was a really cool play. I'm not saying it's like the most, but it was a really well executed play. We hear Jalen Hurts talk about that a lot. Like, we need to execute better. Sometimes these guys call play, and if we don't execute them, it makes that guy look bad. And that's a play that they executed well. So it's a well-designed, well-called, and well-executed play, and then you see what the result is.
Yeah, so that's a play they've run in the past. They did it against the Steelers last year. They did it against another team. I think maybe even the Giants. It's a run-action play with an RPO tag, meaning the quarterback has 3 different things he can do. He can hand it off to the running back, he can run himself, or he can flip it to Goddard if the defense does what they think it's going to do. And in most cases on that tag, like last year, Hurts, like Goddard would come across the line and Hurts would sort of flick it to him, right? And almost like a shovel pass, and he would pick up extra yards. But Goddard noticed that the linebacker was crashing pretty hard, like he was scraping down really fast. So Goddard just made the decision, I'm going to go vertical. And Hurts saw it and threw it. So instead of a flick, it became an actual, just a pass down that right seam area and turned into a really nice touchdown.
It was, it was a really good play. And you talk about the play caller. We said, anybody who thinks in week 1 you're going to do a better job than you might do in week 17, that's just not realistic. And it seemed that yesterday there was a lot more comfort. There was a lot more flow. There was a lot more fluidity. There was a lot more setting things up. There was a lot more rhyme and reason in the play call. And you're like, hey, maybe this guy's just starting to feel a little bit more, it's just ironic that it happened in a game that A.J. Brown's not playing.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that I don't know if they played more freely, because A.J. Brown's a very popular person in that locker room. Maybe Hurts felt a little bit more free, but it's not like he threw the ball all around. I mean, his biggest pass was obviously the one Jahan Dotson, but everything, and he hit Devontae Smith.
He only had 20 attempts.
Yardage. Yeah, he only had 20 attempts. That's my point. It's
Although the one to Dotson, if you go back and watch that play, Devontae Smith, man, fell, and he was wide open. So you could make a case that he threw it to the wrong guy, even though he ends up making a great throw and Dotson ends up making a great catch on the other eye. He could have literally just said, here you go to Smith, because Smith's man fell on the move that Smith put on him. But, yeah, he only threw the ball 20 times. But it just felt like, little inside crossers to Smith. He's wide open catching the ball with space and in front of guys. I mean, it just felt like the amount of room and space that they had in the pass game was something we just haven't seen all year. Everything always just seems like it's got to be the perfect throw or the perfect route. And yesterday you just felt like, hey, look at this. There's space. There's room to roam in the Giants secondary, who, by the way, the Giants secondary stinks.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're without two decent starters in Debo and Holland. Those were two free agent signings that were playing fairly decently for them. I mean, again, they hadn't played great as a defense. I think they were on the field a little bit too much the first 4 weeks. But, yeah, they have some pretty good players on defense that made it a little bit easier with them being out. But, the Giants are going to kick themselves, Mike, because the Eagles – I think we talked about this last week. So we've been saying, can the Eagles continue to be play offense and get where they want to go? And my response to that has been yes, but only if they have a run game, right? And this proved out to be true because, A, they had a great run game, but they were still a shot play offense, okay? I mean, look at their 5 biggest plays. 2nd and 10 is when Barkley gets a 65-yard touchdown. Giants are going to kick themselves. You get a great stop on 1st down. 2nd and 10, you let up a 65-yard touchdown, right? 3rd and 6, of course, to Dotson. 2nd and 26, and you give up a 29-yard run. 1st and 15, and you give up a 26-yard pass. So the Giants are going to look back and say, man, we had them in some pretty unfavorable down and distance scenarios for them, and they still got their shot play. So they're going to kick themselves on that.
A couple things that I want to look forward to. Now you're at the bye week, and here you are, 6-2. You're in 2nd place in the NFC. You're a game behind Green Bay, who you will play next week. So obviously you're in a good spot here. But they do have a couple interesting, I think, things to kind of self-scout and self-evaluate at this thing. What is going to happen with the Dean Campbell situation, snaps? I don't want to say situation. That makes it sound like there's like some friction or something here. But you know what I'm saying. Because Campbell only played 20 snaps. You're going to get Nolan Smith back. You're going to get Brandon Graham back. Azeez Ojulari was not active because he was injured, but I don't know if you want to activate him. Josh Uche played 30-plus snaps in the game, ended up getting a big hit. It caused not a fumble, quote-unquote, but the ball came out of Dart's hands, whatever you want to call that. Mm-hmm. How is Campbell going to have a role in this defense?
That's a great question. Nakobe played 33 snaps in the game, and you said Campbell played 21, right?
I believe he played 21.
Yeah, and some of those were at edge.
Most.
I think what's that?
Probably most of them. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, because
he's
Nakobe,
getting the snaps that he's getting now are as an edge guy, and those are going to probably go away when Nolan comes back, and Brandon's going to have to get snaps somewhere, and Uche's playing 30. So, and if Ojulari's active, which doesn't mean he has to be, but this is going to be very difficult for Vic to figure out unless he just flat out says, Dean's won that job. You're standing next to me.
Well, the thing is, Campbell played edge when the Eagles were in a 5-2 front, and that enables them to have that extra down lineman. And then Nakobe can play off-ball linebacker. But when they're in nickel, I don't think Dean was still the guy in nickel. He may have been on a few, but I think that's still where Campbell goes when they're in a 4-2 looking front, which is where they want to be most often because they want to be, in that nickel alignment. So we'll have to see. I suspect that Vic will continue to play them all and just figure out what down and distances are best for who, and when he wants to use Campbell off the ball and when he wants to use him on the ball. Remember, yes, Brandon Graham's coming back. I don't know if he's going to play, 35% of the snaps as soon as he gets back. Ojulari, we'll have to see. He was inactive for the first 4 weeks. He could go back to being inactive. Yeah. So, and then there's the trade deadline. It's all unanswerable until we know what the 53 looks like.
5 sacks in the game. You got Nolan Smith coming back. You now have Brandon Graham. Do you reevaluate your necessity for edge and focus on corner?
No, because how many of those sacks came from an edge?
Well, you keep getting them from the inside.
That's my point. Like and by the way, let's be fair. How many of those sacks did Jackson Dart run into? I mean, were those sacks because an Eagle?
You're right.
The one Jordan Davis got was because somebody ran right into him.
I'm asking the questions because people will see 5 sacks and think, "Hey, they got 5 sacks." Yeah. You're answering it in a way to tell those people that those 5 sacks are a little bit more of a mirage than getting 5 sacks.
A little bit, I'm not saying they didn't get good pressure, but Vic still felt like he had to throw a decent amount of sim pressures and blitzes. You got a sack from Carter, you got a sack from Davis, you got a sack from Ojomo, one from Hunt, although he probably should have had 2, but he couldn't. He lost his grip on that.
I thought Hunt played his best game by far.
Yeah, I thought Alex Hunt was pretty good, and now is about the time, halfway through year 2. Where the development is going along and you're hoping he really picks it up over the second half of the season. Because he has to. He's really their best overall edge rusher.
Well, you figure, by the way, Ojomo had one. So you had Ojomo, Carter, and Davis all get a sack. So 3 came from tackle. I think Ojomo leads the team in sacks, by the way.
Yes, because he's now finally overtaken Zadarius Smith.
Well, I know he has more than 1.5.
Yeah, I'm messing around.
Yeah, he has 4 sacks. So he has 4 sacks. I think that leads the team. But yeah, you got 3 from there. The one, Campbell actually had Dart's legs, and Uche took him out. And caused. Yes. So Campbell got a little bit of pressure. But I do think it's interesting what's going to happen when Nolan comes back. If Hunt starts to get more involved. Now, you're not going to know this because you have the bye coming up here. But after this bye, is Nolan Smith, you think, going to be ready to play in Green Bay?
I think they have to get him out on the practice field first and see how he responds. This is a guy coming off the same injury, right? A tweak of the pec that kept him out quite a while after surgery. Not the pec, I'm sorry, the tricep. After surgery on it in the offseason. So, they've got to see how he responds to it. It's not a given that he's back by that Monday night game.
You'll probably have Brandon Graham back out there.
I would think so.
Afterwards. Yeah. I thought another big factor in this game, we shouldn't, because we did hit on it a couple of weeks, was the return game was much better and put them in much better, starting positions.
Huge. I think it's one of the most under-discussed parts of the game so far. And, I've been telling you week by week the Eagles' field position has been a major impediment to their offense, especially their rushing offense or just in general. And Will Shipley gave them 2 really good returns. I think Gibson gave him a 17-yard punt return, if I'm not mistaken. And the Eagles, on both of Shipley's kick returns, which were over 30 yards each, they scored touchdowns on those drives. I can't tell you that that's, A plus B equals C, but I'm pretty confident that there's some cause and effect there.
Pretty confident that A.J. Dillon probably doesn't get a carry the rest of the year.
Not only that, it's something Adam and I talked about on Inside the Birds post-game show. Is his spot on the 53 in jeopardy now that some guys are going to come off IR and maybe some additions in the trade market?
Yeah, I would imagine he has no role if moving forward here. By the way, a big third down play in the game was Darius Cooper drawing that pass interference.
It was. He was out there pretty early as they tried to – he's the only receiver they have, Mike, that you can legitimately call a true backup X to A.J. Brown because he's 202, 203 pounds, 6 foot. He's a big, strong wide receiver. And when without A.J. Brown, they really have a lot of guys who you can say, all right, you're my boundary X, and you're going to get off press coverage if they try to – you don't want Devontae Smith there too many times taking all that punishment, or Johnny Mechie or Jahan Dotson. So it was good to see Cooper out there.
Yeah, I agree. It was Dotson had the one catch, 20 reception or 20 pass attempts all day. So it wasn't like they were crazy, but they were very effective there. The run game, they had like 275 yards. Yep. 250 of them came from Bigsby. Bigsby's second down and 31. That was a big play in the game. He gets the first down on that play, and it ended up being a big deal. So they looked like an offense that is obviously ascending. They'll have the bye week, and then the Green Bay Packers, followed by the Lions, then the Cowboys. So it's a stretch here of interesting games with some high-powered offenses. That's all coming up here. Football at 4 will have you covered. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. They'll have plenty of coverage of the Eagles at InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, and check him out over at PhillyVoice.com. His observations of the Eagles win are up right now. All right, Geoff, we'll talk to you.
Thanks, Mike. Take care.
All right, Geoff Mosher, everybody from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Our football at 4 each and every day. It's brought to you by our friends right here at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort and the Gallery Bar Book and Games. It's the place to be this football season. Ocean. So tonight you got Monday Night Football you can watch right here at Ocean Casino Resort. You got Game 3 of the World Series you can watch right here at Ocean Casino Resort. You got Sixers Magic. You can watch that right here at Ocean Casino Resort. And no Flyers tonight. Flyers play tomorrow at 6 o'clock, right?
The Frozen Frenzy tomorrow.
So a special
all
6
these
o'clock
teams,
start
all these
time.
games. Yep.
That game tomorrow will be on Rock 104.1. Sixers Magic tonight, Rock 104.1. Also, coming up, the Nuggets. Now, you and Nuggets hung out this weekend at the Sixer game.
We had a great time. Nosebleeds, cheesesteaks before the game.
Now, would you go back to the bleeds?
You are pretty far away. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You are, but, they are pretty affordable. So if you want to take the family out, $25, you got 2 kids, you got a wife, that's $100. Boom. You got a nice night out. But they are pretty far away.
Pretty far. All right, well.
But it works.
5 o'clock tonight, Johnny Mack. And I want to get into the Embiid stuff and his role with this team right now. They're 2-0. It's very early. Playing a good Magic team tonight. We'll talk about that later on in the show as well. 609-403-0973. Text board is open. Listen for your cue to call this hour. Another chance coming up this hour for 99 bottles. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 4:31. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stop out tonight. You got the Sports Equinox tonight. All 4 leagues are playing tonight. No Flyers tonight, but the NHL has games. Sixers Magic tonight. NBA has games. Monday Night Football tonight, and of course the World Series Game 3. Time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is back. He's got an Earnshaw Radio tonight. He's got the Shift podcast, and, of course, he is producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. I got to give a shout-out to Billy Schweim. He won our college football pool in which Earnshaw this week never even turned picks in.
Yeah, no.
He just gave up and came in dead last place. So Schwein
you
was
gotta
the winner.
run it out to first base, Earnshaw. Come on, man.
Schwein was the winner.
Had no shot.
No
shot. He had. If he went 5-0, the way we do it, we have a little pool. So every week you send in 5 games, and at the end of the month, whoever has the best record takes the pot. Earnshaw was 4 and 16 this month.
It was a bad month. Much better than the previous month.
He's the same guy complaining that Odubel Herrera's not running out the ground balls.
Then this week, I put in the text chain. There was somebody who did not turn their picks in. They will be 0-5, and that somebody was Earnshaw.
He should be reprimanded for that. Actually,
it's all right. Listen, we got to go out on opening night. 76ers. Look, I'm gonna put it up right there. There's the shirt. We got our free T-shirts. Me and PG had a fantastic time. PG, you got to be, you have an answer better than, I don't know, it's a little far away. I got to hear a little bit more of a definitive answer if you're going to go back to the nosebleed. Cheap Seats Pete had a great time. That's what happened. Come
you believe it's a badge of honor to sit up there with the crazies,
Cheap
the common
Seats
man.
Pete, I like that one. That's a good one.
I thought of that one on Saturday. I said, I'm using that. I'm using that on Monday. It's going to be great. So we had Nicky Nosebleeds and Cheap Seats Pete. We had a fantastic time.
Did you go Xfinity Live? Did you go to the Cure Center? Did you get a little cheesesteak beforehand?
We got cheesesteak beforehand. We walked around a little bit. Went into the store. Looked at a couple of the stores up top.
I know you're a big merch guy. Both of you guys, big merch. Anybody go merch?
Not yet.
Just got the free T-shirt. T-shirt.
We're scouting. We're scouting
right
out.
Oh, is there plans for another game?
There might be.
Yes.
Wow, this sounds like a heck of a relationship.
We're 1-0.
Well, we were in line getting cheesesteaks, and I'll tell this story real quick. PG, he's got the gray hairs going.
Salt and pepper, yeah.
Someone thought that he was my dad.
Yeah.
PG.
They said, hey, sir, you're with your son here.
And then I also got asked if I knew. They thought I looked so young. They asked if I knew who Larry Bird was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which we figured it out. I would have been 17 years old if he was my son.
Oh, okay.
So
that would
prom
be
night, senior year.
Possible.
Yes, it's
maybe
possible.
made a couple of mistakes on prom night, but hey,
a couple bad decisions.
Yeah, me and PG had a great time.
Possible. Yeah, there's 17-year-old fathers out there, plenty of them.
Yeah, but it was a great time. It was so much fun. Got our free T-shirt. Sixers won. Grimes hits a big shot in the end.
Huge.
Can't beat it. Can't beat it.
Saturday I did. If you were popping around the Cape May County area, I hit a couple breweries down there. There was a lot of Halloween costumes. A lot of the costume parties. I don't know why they do that.
I'm not
big
on
Halloween on a weekend this year. Yeah,
Friday.
Halloween's on a
Friday.
Friday. Like, I got a good idea. Halloween night, have a costume party on a Friday. Or if you really wanted to, you could do it on that Saturday, but everybody was doing it this particular Saturday. So it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I walk into the brewery, me and my girlfriend, and there's people dressed up like crazy Halloween costumes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, what the heck is going on
Have you
here?
seen the TikToks and the Instagrams where there's Uber drivers? They're driving around Batman and Robin in their back seat.
No.
And scary clowns.
No.
And they're trying to have honest conversations with them. It's funny.
It was, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, walked into one of the breweries, and it's packed. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then we went to another place, and it was mobbed, like not one seat available, and everybody's dressed up, and me and my girlfriend walk in dressed like two normal schmucks.
Yeah, I would have been right there with you. Not a big dresser of upper. Just can't get into it. I'm out.
Nah, me either.
I'm out.
Yeah, I got to be in the mood. Gotta be in the mood. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, though. I'm not getting like dressed up at that hour. Like if I'm
No.
going to a Halloween party
No.
at night, maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, people were wearing like elaborate costumes.
Yeah, call me boring. I'm out. I'm out on the costumes, especially when it's on a Friday the following week. We're going 2 weekends in a row here. I mean, come on. That's too much. That's too much. That's expensive. If you're going to go out, just throw a jersey on, call it a day. That's the costume.
I guess that was
be
part
a
of it.
football player.
The fact that Halloween was on the fact that Halloween is on a Friday night. Now I get it. Some people have to take the kids trick or treating.
Yep.
But I mean, still Friday night. Like, hey, we're gonna do a costume party on Halloween.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday this weekend. That's when you do it, not the previous weekend. It's too much. Too much going on. Too much preparation for costumes. I'm out.
The pumpkin patches. Yeah, it is too much.
Yeah, let's get into the Nuggets. All right, nugget number one. I got to start with the Birds. Jalen Hurts, another win. And I think I want to get your guys' perspective on this. I feel like he's getting a little misrepresented in the MVP conversation. Now, he's the first quarterback in NFL history to have at least 15 touchdowns, 5 rushing TDs, 1 or fewer interceptions in the first 8 games of the season. He also leads the NFL with 20 total touchdowns, also has more touchdowns than Baker and Josh Allen at this point. And if you look at an accumulation of all of the books, right? Mahomes, Allen, Drake May, Baker, Stafford, Goff, Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones, Jordan Love. These guys all have better odds than Jalen Hurts to win the MVP. Is he getting an unfair shake here in the MVP conversation right now, Mr. Mike Gill? Because I would say, based upon some of these numbers and the fact they're winning ball games, I mean, he's got to have a little bit better of a shake here.
Well, listen, I mean, it's a good field. If you were telling me there's a bunch of guys who were like undeserving in front of him, you got Daniel Jones, who's on a team that's 7-1, right? I mean, he has not turned the ball over. He's in the same realm. Yeah. No, I'm saying, but which guy in front of him are you like, well, he doesn't deserve to be there?
I'm not saying they don't, but should he be higher on the list is my point. Maybe better than Jordan Love. I put him ahead of Jordan Love. I know Jonathan Taylor's having a good year, but Hurts has been really good, and he has all these great numbers, and they're winning.
There was also a game where Hurts threw for 101 yards against Kansas City.
His numbers are not in the ballpark of the other guys, though. That's the problem. His touchdowns, he has 15 passing touchdowns. He has 5 rushing touchdowns, so he has 20 total touchdowns. This is the problem that Hurts will always have. His numbers are never going to be gaudy enough to where he might have a game like he did, but he only threw the ball 20 times. It's not like he threw the ball for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. I don't even think he threw for 200 yards yesterday, did he?
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. If he's putting all these records up, he's ahead of certain guys in the conversation in touchdowns and passer rating, et cetera. He's been more efficient, hasn't turned the ball over. Shouldn't he be elevated a little bit more? And the fact that they're winning ball games as well. I just think he should have better odds at this point. I'd probably put him ahead of Love.
I would say
probably
this.
put him ahead of Taylor.
Daniel Jones has 13 touchdowns and 3 interceptions on a team that didn't make the playoffs last year. Now they're 7-1. So him being the quarterback of a team that's the best team in the league off of a year that they didn't make the playoffs, that elevates him.
Well, he's going to be most improved player, no doubt.
Drake May, 15 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Both of those guys have more yards and they're both coming off of teams that did not make the playoffs. So take those guys off their teams, they would probably not be very good. Baker Mayfield, similar, 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Who else is ahead of him? Jordan Love has 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Who else is ahead of him? Now, he has 15 and 1 interception. His touchdown to interception is better than than everybody out there. His problem is the yardage. He is way down the yardage list there. In fact,
he's 11.
In yards, he is number 11 on the list. So, hey, there you go. Put it up, plus 2,500 if you like it.
I might. But you also have to remember, he also has the most rush touchdowns as a quarterback as well. He's 7th in rushing yards. He doesn't turn the football over. His quarterback rating's top 5 in the league. I think he should have a little bit better of a shake here and probably have higher odds to win the MVP at this point. Now, maybe it goes up over the next couple weeks if he continues to put up pretty decent numbers, especially in the passing game. If that happens, I think he does start moving up that ladder. Maybe it's just because it's week 8 and we got off that a little bit of a slow start, but the numbers are starting to be there for the conversation of MVP.
Yeah, threw for 179 this past week. And I think, fair or foul, most times people look at your yardage. He threw for 130 yards, 280, 283, 326, 179. So the yardage, actually surprising how his last 3 games, the one game they lost, two of the games he lost, actually, the Giant game and the Denver game, is 2 of his highest total yards of the season. So, he's always going to be one of those guys because his numbers are not going to stack up with the other guys.
Yeah, but they are stacking up. That's the thing. Like, they're stacking up pretty decently well with the other guys at this point, and he has the rushing totals to go along with it. I think as the season goes along and he progresses and they continue to win, remember, they have the top record in the NFC. They're tied with the top record in the NFC right now. Obviously, the Colts have the best record in the National Football League, but they have the best record in the NFC right now. I just think he should be higher and get a better shake when it comes to the odds. That's all. That's all I would say.
They have the second best record, actually, but yes.
Yeah,
Green Bay is the 1
tied.
seed. Philadelphia is the 2 seed. And Philadelphia is tied with a lot of teams that all have 2 losses. And most of those teams, almost all of them, are in the mix with their quarterback for the award.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting over the next couple of weeks to see, after the bye and then as we get deeper into the season. I think those numbers, once they start elevating a little bit more, I think those odds will go up. And I hope he gets a better outcome here. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. Got to talk about VJ Edgecombe. I was listening to a Players podcast and saw a clip as well on social media to our old buddy Doc Rivers' son, Austin Rivers' podcast, the Off Guard podcast. And he has a previous relationship with Sixers' 3rd overall pick in this past year's draft, VJ Edgecombe. And he told a pretty fascinating story about the mindset of VJ Edgecombe. Take a listen to Austin Rivers.
VJ's delusionally confident. Yeah. I just know him. He's a delusionally confident. He thought he's better than me when he's 15. He's like, well, I play you on ones, I'm beating you. I was like, VJ, you're not. I played on one-on-one and I dogged him. He was mad when he lost. I actually got pissed. I remember beating him and him being like, slamming the ball. I'm like,
what did you think was supposed to happen?
What did you think you were going to be better than me? This is when I was going into my last year in Minnesota. He was a junior going into senior in high school. I was just like, but you're not going to beat me in one-on-one. We played 6 games. He beat me once, but we're only going to 3. So, But I beat him the other 5. And then we did a shooting contest, 3-point round, and it got nasty. Yeah. I remember him being like, damn.
I mean, his shot's getting better at the moment. So you think that interaction helped propel him motivate him into...
No, all I'm saying is I am the reason for his success. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's just a delay.
He's just gotten better and better, right. And his confidence is so high. You see it in his interviews. They're like, you played so well in preseason, man. Like, you play like you're not a rookie. He goes, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't that good. Like, that comment just tells you, like, he thinks he's supposed to be on the floor.
So there you go. I think what the key phrase there was delusionally confident that VJ Edgecombe is, because he is playing above his skill level and a maturity and a strength and a confidence that we have not seen in a rookie in a long time, right? Especially in this city. The fact that he's delusionally confident is what Austin Rivers said, I think is a perfect description of VJ Edgecombe at this point. And that's kind of what you're seeing when he's going up, getting boards, finding himself around the ball, and going after all these dunks. Mike, I thought that was a fascinating story there from Austin Rivers.
Yeah, it's exactly what this team needs. He's the antithesis of Ben Simmons, a guy who is uberly confident and has unfathomable, mental toughness to say, I'm belonging to be here. I deserve to be here. And you just might need somebody like that to kind of, now people are asking, what should the backcourt be called with Maxey and Edgecombe, looking for names for that. But I just saw a video
Jeff
of
Hardy and Matt Hardy, I saw.
Oh, jeez.
The Hardy boys.
I saw a video today of McCain starting to shoot. And I'm very intrigued at what they're going to do when McCain comes back, how they're going to fit McCain, Grimes, Edgecombe, Maxey, all 4 of those guys. How are they all going to get minutes? How are they going to separate that? How are they going to get those guys all playing together? I feel that's going to be crazy. Then you get Paul George when he comes back. Where does he kind of fit in? I would imagine Barlow, who's not going to play tonight because he's got this laceration in his elbow. He'll probably take Barlow's minutes. But then you got Trenton Wofford, another guy that I know a lot of people listening probably don't really even know who that is. But I would imagine he would be a candidate to start. He's more of like a 6'9" ball handler, kind of a good passer, more of a long stretch guy who does a lot of the dirty work, not more of a scorer. So he's going to be a rotational player. George will be a rotational player. McCain certainly will be a rotational player. I don't know how they're going to get all these guys adequate minutes. And if that's the case, Joel Embiid obviously is on this minute restriction, and he doesn't seem happy about the minute restriction that he's on. So you got that whole dynamic kind of building and bubbling. He's not going to play tonight. He's going to play tomorrow. But he's like, hey, I don't like the minute restriction. I want to play. This is going to be interesting. And if they can keep winning here as they keep getting some of these players back.
And these guys are buying in, too. Like a guy like Grimes, he's really buying in. I'm happy to see that.
Grimes, also, you're getting, VJ Edgecombe is, as the clip kind of said, he's like almost delusionally confident that he's like telling some of these guys, like, step your game up. Like, he's getting in the face of, like, Joel Embiid and be like, yo, dude, you're not helping us out on defense. Get off the floor.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see.
It's
like
a Jimmy Butler type confidence, right? Anthony Edwards, it's all hybrid type.
By the way, I got to give a quick shout out to, I don't know if he's going to start tonight or how they're going to handle that because Embiid's not playing, but Andre Drummond essentially won them that game the other night.
No question.
He got some huge rebounds defensively down the stretch.
The putback.
The putback was huge in that game, so I'm interested to see. Look, when they had Drummond, and Embiid talked about this. He said when we had him 2 years ago and they traded him in the Ben Simmons trade, maybe it was 3 years ago, we were hoping to get back that guy last year. And he ended up getting hurt last year, so we never got that guy. But we all talked about when they got Drummond back last year, like, hey, he was the best backup center to Embiid that the Sixers had. And then last year, everybody soured on him so quickly because he ended up getting hurt. But what if he's healthy and can rebound and help this team in that type of capacity?
Yeah, he was massive in that game on Saturday night, getting really big rebounds, being around the basket. And you wonder how Nick Nurse is going to utilize him in some of these lineups, right? We saw them going to Bona a lot early on, going kind of the smaller lineups with the guards. But they needed size clearly in a lot of those minutes when Bona was in, and then they bring in Drummond towards the second half and later in the fourth. He came up with some really big rebounds for you that essentially helped them win the game. So if you can get that type of Andre Drummond this year, and, it's what we've talked about throughout the offseason, a lot of ifs here, right? If you can get that Andre Drummond, if this guy's healthy, if that guy's healthy, the Sixers are a pretty deep team, to say the least, if everyone is on the court, right? Like, if they have everybody and they have Andre Drummond contributing and they're going to have to figure out a way to get all these guards involved, I mean, they have a roster where it's going to be tough to get everybody adequate minutes, like you mentioned.
I'll tell you, one guy who I think will end up being an odd man out kind of is probably Oubre. I don't know where he's going to fit in once Paul George comes back. I think Barlow, he's played pretty well early, but I think Barlow will get squeezed out here.
Justin Edwards has already gotten squeezed out.
Justin Edwards has played very sparingly, if at all. I think he played the first night. I don't even know if he played
He had a couple of
night.
big threes on Saturday.
And then once Embiid gets his full, I don't know when that's going to be. He said he didn't know when that's going to be. Like, he seems like he's left in the dark about, like, when he's going to be off this minute restriction. He says, I have no idea. So, one night he scores 9, the other he scores 20. I mean, so as we talked about the other day, he's taking the same shots. He was just, and he said it. He goes, I'm taking the same shots. I just made them. I was more efficient. I made the shots. I don't think you're going to see the Embiid that is playoff Embiid down on the block and doing some more things until probably sometime after the All-Star.
No, you're going to see him roam around the three-point line, top of the key, taking the elbow jumper, right? And he was way more physical in that game on Saturday than he was against Boston.
Spots, yeah.
Yep. He was way more physical.
He definitely looked more engaged in the game on Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, there are the Nuggets. A little two-pack and, a little recap of cheap seats, Pete, and my little trip to the nosebleeds on Saturday.
Check out those websites, Nuggets. Let's get our next game.
All right, next game, got to lock it in.
All right, they're the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, every Monday you can check us out here at Fanatics Sportsbook, where tonight the Sports Equinox night is happening. You got all 4 leagues in play tonight. Monday Night Football, World Series Game 3, Sixers in action, and there's a bunch of NHL games. Actually, I think there's 2 NHL games. No Flyers. They play tomorrow at 6 o'clock. All right, more Sports Bash coming up when we return. Johnny Mac's in the house. John McMullen breaks down the Eagles at the bye. But first, right now, I need caller 7-609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party. 99 Bottles this year is live at Maynard's in Margate, Wednesday, November 26th at Maynard's. And every qualifier, 99 of you, all win a pair of tickets to a great event like Eagles, Bears, Black Friday at Lincoln Financial Field, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, great concert events, and other great events from all over South Jersey. We had William in Linwood, and we had Ted in the Villas qualify earlier in the show. And right now, caller number 7, you are next, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, remember, you must be present to win the pair of tickets.
3rd and 10. They have to get inside the Eagles' 3-yard line for a first down. Mosher to the near side. Back. Goes Dart, and they've sacked him. They get him, and this time it's Jalix Hunt.
Merrill Reese on the call here on 97.3 ESPN. Jalix Hunt got into the act as well. They had 5 sacks in all as the Eagles' defense comes to play as well. The offense probably had their best day, but don't overshadow the defense in the way they play. John McMullen's here from Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Johnny Mac's in the house. We'll look back at the Eagles. Probably, John, their most complete overall performance of both offense and defense there.
Yeah, I would think so. I asked Nick Sirianni that yesterday. He doesn't want to answer anything these days. Just got off his press conference. I mean, the guy does not answer questions. Very interesting psychological experiment. I don't know what's going on with him, but he doesn't seem to be having a lot of fun these days.
No, he looked like he's lacking sleep today when he got to, and this was a home game, by the way. But yeah, I mean, what is your take on why the offense obviously looked better without A.J. Brown yesterday? I mean, obviously everybody looks at that and it's like, oh, A.J. Brown's not out there. Why? So why was the offense probably its most fluid yesterday?
Well, they ran the football, 276 yards. So it was sort of old school. Well, if you want to call it 2024, but I mean, this is what this team has been. And it's ironic, as bad as they've been in the first 7 games running the football, all of a sudden they show up in the 8th game and they run for 276. And that's the highest number in the entire NFL this year. And that's what you expect with this team. And they finally did it. So, maybe some of it, I think everybody's always focused on the skill position players. I thought Brett Toth played an excellent game, and maybe having a healthy center who played like that was better than having a banged up center. Not saying long term or anything like that, but I think it's interesting. I mean, they blocked well. It's amazing. When you block well, you play good offense.
Yeah, and it was big to get that run early in the game. It almost seemed like they fed off of the offensive line, kind of fed off that big run early, and it got them the confidence of like, okay, now we're back. We got this. And it almost seemed like they were in concert the rest of the day after that big run, and kind of give some credit to Tank Bigsby as well. I mean, Bigsby came in and made some things happen as well, but you're right. I mean, that offensive line giving the running game something, and then they were able to do what they did so well last year, John, which was work off of the run game, because you saw guys, can you believe it? They were open yesterday. They were wide open at times, specifically Devontae Smith.
Well, not only that, but the complementary nature of football and what you're always striving to do. So you run the football well, guys are open on offense, you get a lead, and all of a sudden the pass rush shows up because you make the New York Giants one-dimensional. And then you add in the special teams and the kickoff returns, and Will Shipley doing a good job there. Yeah, it was their best complimentary football game of the year. And, Nick didn't even want to admit that. So I don't know, but obviously it was. And it was a complete performance. And obviously, you put the opponent in there. It's not a very good football team to begin with. You knew the Eagles were going to be on their P's and Q's after losing to them. So it was always going to be very difficult for the Giants, but it was nonetheless, it was a really good performance.
Well, and you take a look at, that would be a question I would have. Like someone says, you just played this team 2 weeks ago. They out-physicaled you, beat you up, and then whipped you in their building. How did things turn around so drastically the second time around? Because you're obviously a better football team than them.
Well, they didn't play well. I mean, the NFL. You look at games every week and you see upsets, and when guys don't play well, you leave the door open for poorer teams. And when you shut the door 17 seconds in, all of a sudden they say, all right, we're in for a tough day. And then Cam Scatteraboo suffers that terrible injury. And it's just, this is the time of year where bad teams tend to give up if things don't go their way early. And you saw it all around the NFL yesterday. You're starting to get into that season where the bad teams know they're bad, and if they get down early, you're probably going to have an easy day.
John McMullen's with us. Johnny Mac, you take a look at the Eagles' offense in also the way that Kevin Petula has been criticized about play calling and play design and all these kind of things. Yesterday felt very fluid, felt like there was a rhyme and reason. It's amazing how when Jalen Hurts talked about it last week, we need to execute some of this stuff. And when they execute the stuff, it actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. And I think it's, if you look at the grades, if you look at the PFF grades, which are not perfect, as we always say, but, other than, if you look at the top graded players, Brett Toth, Tyler Steen, Brett Johnson, Landon Dickerson, the worst one was Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata on the offensive line. That's the first time all year those guys inside played at a really, really high level. I really think it's as simple as that.
So A.J. Brown not in the lineup yesterday. Are we supposed to then just say, man, what will this offense look like when A.J.'s back in it? That simple?
No, I'm sure a lot of people will make it that simple. But again, it's not a transitive league. You don't say, oh, they played this way this week, so they're going to play this way next week. It never happens in the NFL. Somebody's going to look at this film and after the bye week, it's the Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions. So you have a real big uptick in just talent level for the teams upcoming, and who are going to look at this film and see what the Eagles did well and make adjustments and play off of that. So, no, it's not as simple as that. You got to, especially when you play teams that are arguably in the same realm as you talent-wise, which the Eagles don't see that often. You got to really amp things up those weeks.
What do we make of the week, or really the weekend, of A.J. Brown and all the reporting? They're not going to trade him. They don't want to trade him, but they would. What do we make of all this nonsense that's come out about A.J.? Is it got anything to make us actually pay attention to?
Well, only if he wants to. He's not getting traded. Most of those stories are generated from people outside of Philadelphia. And, the typical wide receiver angst route is what they're sort of using the book of. And their thought is, well, he's not happy, so let's make the call. But the Eagles don't want to trade him because their goals are very large goals. That's one of the reasons I think Nick Sirianni is so short and doesn't want to answer anything. And he looks so haggard and tired because the expectations of this team are not only win championships, but win them with style points on top of it. So I think it's starting to wear on him. And if they trade A.J. Brown, which they can't from a contract standpoint, it would make little sense. But even if you want to ignore that, which everybody seems to ignore, even if you want to ignore that, they can't win the Super Bowl without him. And that's their goal. And they're not trading him. Now, in the offseason, if this continues to go the way it's going, then I think it's a possibility, but not by November 4th.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like the fact that they're in the middle of the season, they're 6-2. I think they're all in on this particular season here. And if this continues by the end of the year and into the offseason, there's an early playoff exit, they reevaluate this, they would probably still have to see we got to get a huge haul for A.J. Brown. But at that point, if it's continuously every single week something, with this, they probably would. But I think the trade deadline being next week, I wouldn't imagine in any capacity that he would be moved. That being said, 8 games into the season, they are 6-2. If they are to make a deal, where is that deal? Because I'm going to get we talked about this on your show last week. You had Jahad Campbell play about 21 snaps yesterday. You had Dean take most of the snaps at linebacker. You're going to get Nolan Smith back. You now have Brandon Graham. Josh Uche had 30-plus snaps. So it says that they like Uche as a pass rusher better than they like Campbell. Do they feel like they have enough edge rushing now? And what do they do with the Campbell-Dean moving forward?
Well, I hope not. I hope they don't feel like they have enough pass rush. I don't think Howie's too savvy to buy into the performance yesterday because, again, it's complimentary football. You make them one-dimensional. You pin your ears back. The pass rush hasn't been good when you're not playing from the lead or you're playing in a close game. So I still think they need more. That doesn't mean it's a two-way street. You got to find somebody to trade with. So it's not just as easy as getting something done, but I think he'll try to get something done on the edge. With Campbell Dean, yeah, it's interesting. Vic's going to talk tomorrow. I'm going to try to ask him that question. And if I don't ask it, I'm sure somebody else will ask it. I mean, that to me was interesting. Now, the Giants lack receivers, so they played a lot of base personnel, and how they're doing it is the Eagles' base defense. Nakobe's playing linebacker, and Jahad's either on the bench or he's playing on the edge. And he's not ready on the edge, so he's not playing much on the edge. And that part of it will downtick when Nolan Smith and Brandon Graham are playing. That'll even be less. So it's going to be interesting because Jahad Campbell to me was playing really well.
Yeah.
But it's becoming more and more evident that, and I knew how much Vic liked Nakobe. Becoming more and more evident that Vic trusts Nakobe more than the rookie. And I'm not sure that's the way you should be going, but there's not going to be too much pushback to Vic Fangio.
No, and listen, it's not like Nakobe Dean's been terrible. It's not like, hey, you're playing this guy and he's not doing a good job. I thought he was all over the place yesterday and played pretty well, but you're right. I mean, Jahad Campbell was playing really well, and now it's like you have this asset that you really aren't maximizing or utilizing. I would imagine when Nolan comes back, he, gets a decent amount of snaps. You got to fit Brandon in. I don't know what you make of Uche and what he has done here recently, but it almost feels like Campbell is trending towards being the odd man out soon.
Yeah, certainly on the edge. Yeah. And that part's understandable because he's not ready to play on the edge. And every time he's out there, you don't see much from him. He's just not an edge rusher at this stage. Maybe if you want to pull that lever in the off season and start training, he didn't practice at edge. He's not getting work at edge in the entire off season. So to assume he could just throw him in the deep end of the pool and become like a Parsons, that's pie in the sky. So I don't fault him for that, but he played great in off-ball linebacker. Yeah. And yes, Nakobe's better against the run, so you get the mentality of very smart, very savvy, football IQ, instinctive. But you also saw him get beat in pass coverage, and that's where Jahad's better athlete. It's interesting, but to me it comes down to Jahad's the one who's going to be here long term. And he did nothing to say he shouldn't be playing. He played at a high level. So I kind of, even though I like Nakobe a lot, I kind of disagree with that decision, to be honest.
Let's look at yesterday. Jalen Hunt maybe played his best game as he's starting to kind of, feel more comfortable, from where they thought he was going to be to where he is now. But I thought yesterday was the best day that he probably has had.
Yeah, that's fair. But I do think people have to pay more attention to the situation. And by that, you have a big lead. You know, the Giants are throwing the football every down. You know they're throwing the football. So everybody's got their ears pinned back, and they look better than they do when it's a close game and the running game is still involved. I really think people, people really need to pay attention to situations and not assume, you know, it's similar to NBA. We're NBA guys, you know. All right, you get numbers in garbage time. Is that the same in the fourth quarter of a tight game?
No, not necessarily, obviously. But, you know, I feel like, and I agree with what you're saying because they did get 5 sacks yesterday. 3 of those sacks came from interior linemen. So just keep that in perspective as well.
Well, he had a lot of pressure. So I'm not saying Jalix played very well, but again, you had a big lead, complimentary football. That's how they played last year. That's how the Eagles want to play. And if they're playing defense with a lead, they're going to look better than if they're not. If they're playing defense in a close game or they don't have the lead.
Well,
that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh, listen. And remember, last game they played the Giants. Jalen Carter did not play in the game. You see what he meant to the game too, because I thought he had a big factor in the game for guys like Jalix Hunt and everybody else. Plus, he played pretty well himself in the game. So having Carter against this Giants offensive line changed the dynamic for the game too. But let's move to the officiating in that game yesterday, which really affected both sides. But the Giants really had that tush push was a big moment in the game, and it really wrangled them. I mean, they obviously, the Scadaboo injury, they fell like flat after that. And then the tush push thing was a huge moment in that game.
Yeah, I'm not one to complain. I mean, it was a bad call. It went against the Giants. Bad non-call, obviously. But, I mean, especially Brian Daboll, you can't act like a fan. I mean, yeah, I get you're frustrated. I get the call went against you. It should have been a fumble. But you have to handle that better for your team. I mean, you talk about them not handling it well. Well, if the head coach doesn't handle it well, the team's probably not going to handle it well. So, yeah, but it was not the best officiated game in the world, to say the least. And most of it went the Eagles' way. So Eagles fans should take note of that. The world's not against you. But I think long-term tush push, that's another play that guarantees it's not going to be around for the long haul. I mean, because so many times you watch the tush push and like the Eagles, they let it go forever if the Eagles are pushing. And the minute, it turns into something else, they're calling the play dead before the fumble. Yeah, that was pretty egregious.
Yeah, that was a bad one. Then you had the whistle on the field goal attempt yesterday. That was terrible. You had, I don't know what you thought about the dart play when he got hit by Uche. That was another one that was kind of up in the air. You had I thought
the PIs the PIs were bad. There was one on Cooper that was pretty bad.
And that was a big play too. That was a third down.
And the one on that was called OPI, ironically, in Quinyon. Really had the jersey.
That led to a touchdown.
Yeah. So, it was.
Well, the Scadaboo touchdown early, Nakobe Dean got absolutely tackled to the ground. I mean, that was clear and evident. So it was a bad day for the officials in that game. But I do think that tush push play was a big moment in the game for them because the Giants kind of were still in the game and felt like, hey, if we get this stop on a tush push, that could really swing the momentum to our way. They don't end up getting it, and then bang, they're out of that game. But
yeah, I thought it's a big play, but I don't think it lost the Giants the game. I thought it was what it was. It was a bad call that went against them. I think that they had it. And remember, it was 14-7, and they were driving, and Dart had basically a perfect wheel route. I think it was to Johnson, and it would have been a first down inside the 10, I think. And he didn't come down with the football, and they had to settle for a field goal. I think that I think if that they get that in and it's 14-14, maybe the Eagles start thinking, man, we can't put this team away. And that's what you have to do. You have to make plays if you're on the road against a better team when plays are there to be made, and he didn't make the play. I thought that was bigger than any of that. But it was a poorly officiated game. I'm not going to argue that. And the over-legislation in this league, that's what I talk about. It's beyond – it's ridiculous. And now we're back to we don't know what a catch is anymore again. This league is absurd with the over-legislation.
Well, the Eagles 6-2 at the bye week. They will play Green Bay, Detroit, Dallas, and Chicago coming up in the month of November. That will be their 4-game month of November slate. So you'll have a game coming up that would have home field advantage implications. I'm sure we'll dive into that one big time leading up to it. The Packers won last night against the Steelers. Then you got the Lions on the horizon. So Philadelphia during the bye week, get yourself right. They are healthy right now. They should get Nolan Smith back. Any idea of what's going on with Juergens?
Not to the standpoint. Obviously, they're not putting him on injured reserve, so that was positive. So did see him around in the locker room. Wasn't noticeably limping, but to me. And I gave him the game ball on everybody's giving the game ball to Saquon and Jalen Hurts. I gave my game ball to Brett Toth. I thought he played a phenomenal football game, and I don't think anybody saw that coming.
Nope. He certainly shut a lot of people up in terms of that, hey, play him over at left guard and put Dickerson over there or get him out altogether. I heard a lot of people saying, hey, why not play Kendall there? So Toth played well. The whole offensive line played well. And what do you know? The offense looked a lot well. I thought they were creative in the red zone. I mean, the Goddard touchdown pass.
Good now. Kevin's good. Does anybody say, you can't say he's bad in week 4 and then say he's great in week 8. So many of these people do that, and it's amazing to me. I'm not even talking about fans. I'm talking about people in our industry.
Yeah. Oh, listen.
You can't be awful and then be great 4 weeks later.
Well, we talked about it, and Jalen Hurts talked about it. He's like, look, we just need to execute. And sometimes when you do execute the play they call, it looks a lot better than when you don't execute it. And sometimes when you don't execute the play, it looks like a bad call.
Yeah.
But I like
the story all the time. Doug Peterson told me straight up, he said, sometimes you got the best play call on you could ever do. And you got him. And the left guard misses a block, and nobody ever knows it. And on the other hand, he said, sometimes you got the worst play call dialed up, and they got your number, and the player picks you up and makes a play.
Well, John,
that's how it works.
Never a dull moment, you know that. And I'm sure something over the bye week will start to conjure up, getting ready for the Packers and the trade deadline. So we'll have that during the bye week for us here, and we'll talk plenty more about what's going on with this Eagles team as they get to 6-2 with a 38-20 win over the New York Football Giants. John McMullen, everybody. Check them out tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Thanks, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
There's Johnny Mack, everybody, here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. And it's a Fanatic Sportsbook night. We're live here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. We also have our 99 bottles qualifiers. We've got another qualifier in the last hour. Andrew in Mays Landing. Andrew, we'll see you at Maynard's at Margate. Looking forward to the 99 bottles party. We had a great party last year. This one will be equally as big, if not better. I don't know. I like the game. Eagles-Bears, Black Friday.
That's a great game to win for free, to go to for free.
That's right. Sixers tonight taking on the Magic. We're going to get into some Sixers stuff on the other side. See the NBA ratings. Big time. People are back.
Well, they're back, but then, you have this big scandal, elephant in the room.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I think that's a big – I will say this
Adam
about –
Silver did not do himself any favors.
I have a thought on that coming up. I'll give you that thought, and I'm glad you brought that up. We're going to get into some Sixers. They win. They're 2-0. But the Joel Embiid story needs to be discussed. That's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Fanatic Sportsbook. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 99 bottles, another chance for you to qualify coming up this hour. This year's 99 bottles party at Maynard's in Margate will be there on November 26th. It's going to be a busy week. Monday, we'll be here. Tuesday, we will be at Chickies and Pete's. And Wednesday, we will be at Maynard's. That's Thanksgiving week.
Yep, and that'll be Eagles game on Friday.
And then the Eagles play Black Friday.
Now I got to find out who they play on that Sunday, the previous Sunday.
Dallas.
Oh.
Yeah, they play Green Bay, Detroit, Dallas, Bears.
And that Dallas is a they don't play a Sunday game at 1
No,
o'clock
the Green Bay game is Monday night. The Lion game is Sunday night.
Right.
The Dallas game, I believe, is 4:25, and then
Right.
they play the Bears, which is a Black Friday game. I don't think they play a 1 o'clock Sunday game
until the
Maybe
Raiders, December 14th.
The Raider game.
Because
There
they
you
go out to L.A. do a Monday nighter against the Chargers.
So you talked about this gambling thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Which is obviously rocked the NBA world. And what do you guys like? Obviously, this is huge. You can't lack the trust in the fan base. I would make two observations. One, I think a lot of fans already think these games are have been capitulated in by some of the officiating and all that stuff. You hear fans all the time, oh, the games are rigged. I don't know, most of the time they're half kidding. But the Terry Rozier stuff, that's a player prop thing. I mean, he's not throwing the game. He's just trying to not make a certain amount of money. Is that the same thing?
Well,
or not trying to score points or whatever. But you could say, well, him not scoring, but he's not fixing the game.
Well, he is, right?
Josh, you're literal.
I've been called a lot of things like that, yes.
Oh, as he just texted me, don't come to me yet.
Well, the problem is Silver flubbed the investigation.
I'm just saying, and I'm going to make a point that,
Yes.
okay, Rozier got caught in a player prop thing.
Yes.
So he essentially faked that he was injured, or they're saying he legitimately was injured. Whatever. He pulled himself out of the game so that he would hit the under on the player prop.
Right.
Same thing that Porter did, right?
But also there's a video going around from the game in question that shows him making some very bizarre plays that kind of insinuates that maybe he was like throwing the game.
Okay. I'm not suggesting anything other than he wasn't. Now, the allegations, which I don't think have been out there as much, on Billups, the thing that caught the headlines is him in these poker games.
Right.
But he was also involved in fixing games.
Right.
In that he was pulling his players out of games when they had like a 10-point lead. He was pulling like starters out and stuff like that was really wonky, right?
Yeah. 'Cause
Yes.
It's kind of overlapping, right? The poker stuff is kind of overlapping.
The
with
poker stuff and the fact that the mob's involved and like X-ray glasses and like
It's a very elaborate scheme that apparently now is also involved Antonio Gates, the former NFL player. So
and Kevin Garnett.
Right. Apparently they were what happened with the poker game is completely different than the Terry Rozier thing.
Now the Jonte Porter stuff.
Which is the poker game tied into the game fixing?
No.
So Billups is involved in two separate schemes?
Yes.
All right. So my
I
point
would
on
think
this
that the mob is involved in both things. I mean,
Well, because part of the reason is, Pete, really quick, is that, and I don't want to lose the audience by going too deep into it, but basically the poker thing was...
I also don't want to accuse the mafia of anything.
But the idea is that there was, with the poker games, there was an element of basically predatory stuff, money laundering, etc. Whereas the prop betting thing was more with like Damon Jones, Terry Rozier, manipulation of markets, insider trading information, etc.
Now, Jonte Porter, real quick, Jonte Porter, that's a separate deal, or is he connected?
Last thing I saw, that was a separate investigation.
So that's two scandals for Adam Silver.
What does the Billups game fixing have to do with anything with Rozier?
Not with Rozier. It has to do with a different element of the overall case.
Does it have to do anything with the poker games?
Yes.
Okay, so that's different. So here's what my point was to the grand scheme of things. Okay, the NBA fan has been so desensitized because of the tanking. Teams are out there actively trying to lose all the time, purposely, because they don't want to win games. So fans are almost like teams are trying to lose all the time. Why am I surprised by any of this? So this is another offshoot of how the tanking has affected all of the way that we think about it, because fans are okay with their team losing on purpose. You see what I'm saying?
Are they okay with their money when you put money on a player?
No, but I think that's why.
Compromised?
I think that is why, and I could be wrong about this, that you would think this would be it is a big deal, but you would think that this would be like
the Tim Donaghy stuff. That was a massive deal.
Yeah, you would have lost the trust of every fan. You're telling me these games are fixed, like I'm not watching anymore or I'm out. But the ratings are suggesting otherwise. You have record ratings in the first week of the season. Now, will that end up going away? Do you know that the first NBA, inside the NBA, is on ESPN now? It used to be on TNT. TNT doesn't carry games anymore. They had the highest ratings of that show of all time. It was up over 40% on from TNT.
I mean, more people will literally watch
ESPN, right? I mean,
it's part of ESPN, but also it's the fact that they did a great job promoting it all off season. It was coming to the NBA, inside the NBA, and
oh wait, I don't know that. I could be wrong. I feel like I didn't see ESPN promote it at all.
Yeah,
I did.
Me either.
Maybe because I'm watching late at night. I don't know.
I feel like I did not see ESPN run any ads of ESPN inside the NBA coming soon. I feel like I didn't see anything. It was almost as if hey, by the way, the season started and here's inside the NBA. You're like, wait, what?
I don't know. I saw stuff, but then again, I'm not watching at the same times. So we're all watching different times of day. So.
I mean, but ESPN is on in our studio probably all day, every day that we're in there. I don't think I saw one promotion
until leading up to the season, really.
Nothing. But that being said, but do you guys understand what I'm saying? Is the desensitizing of that fans are almost desensitized by the fact that teams are losing on purpose to try to get better draft picks.
Well, I would say that there is a maybe I'm not even phrasing it properly, but there's an overall element where the fan doesn't look at Terry Rozier or Jonte Porter or any of these guys, and because to them it's over in another universe somewhere. They don't care about that because what they care about is not affecting their team. That makes sense.
They do care about the integrity of the game, I think, right?
Right, but they don't. But they don't.
The fan.
But they don't care
the fan
about.
Cares about the integrity of
this
the
guy
game.
says I just hope they don't take the player props away.
They should. They need to.
They probably
when
need to. Yeah.
Has 100% control over that.
The problem is,
take that away.
As many people would say, the player props is the way that they do find out that these guys are. Without the player props, you would be able to fix the games better. The player props is the way that you see unusual habits happen.
Correct.
Right, but the player still has ultimate control.
Oh, listen,
over that.
There's no question, but they say that that's one way that they are able to say, look, why the heck would somebody bet the under on Terry Rozier at a 2,000% rate today?
And that's how
they ended up getting him and Porter, by the way.
Yeah, because when you see this massive amount of money come in on one day on one prop,
and the pitchers.
Oh, the pitcher's another one. Yeah,
right. There's so much action on the pitcher to throw ball one on those particular days, and then they went to the video and saw that he's throwing the ball 48 feet into the ground, and it was all right, dude.
Right. Wasn't even close.
Done. Yeah, you're done.
You can't really be surprised that this is going on, right?
Not at all. But would it be going on if sports gambling wasn't legal?
And if the NBA didn't partner with these sports
Well, everybody
books?
talks about that. Well, you're hypocritical. You partner with these sports books, yada, yada, yada. I mean, would it be going on if there was no betting on your phone and all that stuff? Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would because illegal activity is illegal activity no matter whether it's legal or not. Like prohibition didn't stop people from drinking; they just did it in more shady opportunities.
Listen, I say all the time, if they would have had sports betting on your phone like we do now, when I was in college, that would not have gone well. So I do feel for these kids that are in college and they're sitting around all day and they're watching games on Saturday from noon to midnight and they're doing it again on Sunday, and you got 6 guys sitting in a room. I mean, you could turn on Barstool Sports YouTube channel and watch what they're doing on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon. That's what we did in college back in 1997, and if we had phones in our hand and you could bet those games, I would have been in some trouble.
I mean, do you think Adam Silver needs to really – I mean, people calling for him to step down. I mean, this is another scandal of his. He's not really had a good tenure. I mean, there's a lot of other messes on his hands.
There was a major accusation from Brian Windhorst, who is very well respected, who basically said that they tried to flub this under the brush the Rozier stuff under the rug, and Silver's response essentially was, hey, we don't have all the same tools that the FBI does to do investigations, and we can't get.
But the problem with his statement, though, is that literally a week earlier, he was on another interview saying, we have all these tools to find out what you're doing in the arena. We can track you. We can get your IP. And then he says, days later, we don't have the resources they do. Well, which is it? Do you have the resources or do you not have the resources?
Yeah, he's saying we can't get, like, what's it called? So that they can do searches of your phone and all that stuff.
Yeah,
it is subpoenas and subpoena power. That being said, I do want to talk about Embiid real fast. So Embiid,
not involved in any scandal. Embiid,
not necessarily.
No, a real quick story. Me and Nuggets at the game over on Saturday. Guy next to me, he was worried about his parlay. That's all he cared about. He's a Sixers fan, but he missed his parlay by one leg, and guess what? He left the game unhappy. He was mad.
Well, and Jaylen Brown said it when he was asked. He said, listen, the people don't realize the effect it has on us players, that people are screaming and cursing and yelling at us and DMing us and messaging us because we didn't hit their parlay for them.
Right.
Like they bet a player prop on me to hit 3 threes, and I only made 2, so I'm getting MF'd up and down. Like, it's my fault that this guy didn't win money. Like, we it is out of control and a mess, but it's not going anywhere, put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Too much money involved.
With that being said,
yes. So Embiid on Saturday night has 20 points in the game.
He did not hit his rebounding.
He did not hit his rebounding.
Only
prop.
2.
He only played 20 minutes. I would look at Embiid. This is what the Embiid you're going to get for. I'm going to say now. He said I'm not happy with my minutes. Right?
Yeah. So let's play the audio for folks can hear it. So. For those who didn't know what happened, Embiid was asked after the game, right? After the game, he was asked about how he feels about how the minutes restrictions are, how he feels about it, basically, how it impacts him, the flow of the game, and this was Embiid's pretty blunt response, shall we say.
Well, I'd rather not have minute restrictions, but I'd rather get it out of the way. The longer I sit, the shorter stints, you don't get in the rhythm. You play 2-3 minutes and you got to get out. That's like 2 or 3 up and down. That's literally nothing. I might as well just stay home and, be with my family. Longer stints, you're actually able to let the game come to you. But then again, longer stints also means you might be done by halftime. But I can't sit for too long.
So he's essentially saying, look, I'm playing these short stints. I can't get into the rhythm of the game. And that's essentially what he said happened in the opener. I just couldn't get going, and he obviously didn't shoot the ball well. Now, in the game on Saturday night, he ended up shooting 7 for 11, 3 of 6 from 3. In the one game, he was 1 for 10, right? Or 1 for 9?
Yeah.
So you go back to the exhibition game on that Friday night, then the opener, and then this game. He shot 9, 10, and 11 shots. He's not wrong about getting in the rhythm. He was 7 of 11, so he obviously got into a rhythm, made his shots. He was 3 of 6 from 3. The exhibition game, he shot 4 threes. Opening night, he shot 4, and last night he shot 6. So he's still shooting about the same. It's just about the efficiency. The biggest question for him is going to be, when are they going to take this minute restriction off of him, and what version of Embiid are you going to get when that minute restriction comes off. Because I think in these 20-minute spurts, he's literally just going to go from three-point line to three-point line. He might step inside the three-point line, shoot some elbow jumpers, but you're not going to see an impactful Joel Embiid, and this might be a good thing because the team is learning to play without him. The question will be, can they reincorporate him full-time?
Over the course
of
the
year,
season.
exactly.
Yep.
Because he's playing in these little 20-minute spurts, and it's like the team kind of looks disjointed with him, but they're trying to get him back to speed as the team is playing around him without him. The question will be, what kind of impact will he have when he is playing 30 minutes, 32 minutes, 35 minutes? He's got to have a bigger defensive presence, that's for sure. But they'll play without him tonight. We'll see how that goes. No Embiid tonight. You can listen to that game on Rock 104.1, followed by the World Series game number 3. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. Fun show, fast show, man. Eagles win. They are 6-2 at the break. Bye week bonanza. It's a good week to have the bye. You know why? Trade deadline.
Oh.
What is that, Tuesday next week?
Yeah.
So we'll have the no Eagles this week, but we'll have the bye week leading into the trade deadline, which will then lead into Eagles and Packers. So Eagles, Packers, Eagles, Lions, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, Bears. That's the stretch of games coming up for the Birds.
It does feel like fall finally, right?
Equinox tonight. What's the story on the TV tonight, huh? I'm going Sixers.
I'm going Sixers, yeah.
To World Series. I'll go Sixers exclusive. World Series double box with Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Multi-view.
So Mahomes really gets the back seat, huh?
Well, I mean, World Series, they'll both be on at the same time. Volume will just go back and forth, depending on where we are at the game. Fantasy, I have no players tonight. I've already won.
Oh, congratulations.
So I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Sixers Magic tonight. That game will be on Rock 104.1, followed by the World Series. On 97.3, it is Commanders and Chiefs. And we have been at the Fanatic Sportsbook. That's it for us, man. We'll be back again tomorrow right here on the Sports Pass, live on 97.3 ESPN. But first, there's our sounder right there. Your cue to call is right now. Caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party. 99 bottles, 99 tickets. That means 99 different winners. Every year we hand out 99 pair of tickets, and 99 winners will be at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, November 26th. You must be present to win Eagles Bears club box tickets for Black Friday at the Link. Flyers tickets, Sixers tickets, concert tickets, and all sorts of events all over South Jersey. If there's a pair of tickets, it is a part of this year's 99 Bottles Party. Caller number 7. Good luck. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.